to engage counties on this report was very timely and worthy, because we understand that Senate has not been looking at this, but this gave us an opportunity to now establish a proper framework for governance of these water companies. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, moving forward, we'll begin to see some significant changes in the way these water service providers are managed, Mr. Speaker. The committee further noted that during that period under review, most of the water companies had weaknesses in executing their budgets. Query in all these water companies. Most of these budgets were not approved by the county assemblies. Most of these budgets were not balancing. Most of these budgets were not made after a very elaborate planning process. They were just done because it is a requirement. So we have a serious problem with budget control and performance in these companies. They either overutilize or underutilize appropriated funds, and in some cases, funds were not reallocated to items that were not budgeted for and without proper approval by their boards or county assembly. In addition, various water companies failed to comply with the provision of Public Finance Management Act 2012, Public Audit Act 2015, Public Finance Management County Government Regulations 2015, the Water Act 2016, the Company Act 2015, the Income Tax Act Cap 470 of 1974, the Retirement Benefit Act 1997, the Pension Act 1942, the County Government Act 2012, the Accountants Act 2008, and the Water Service Regulation Board WASREB regulations. Basically, it means most of these water companies were not complying with the established law, Mr. Speaker. As a result of the highlighted issues, the Auditor General rendered different opinion, ranging from a disclaimer opinion, adverse opinion, and qualified opinion. But most of these water companies, majority of them, were either under disclaimer opinion or we have processed a number of counties here, actually all the 8 companies. The reports have a section indicated as general observation and the recommendations, which gives a summary of the recurring audit issues across the county water service providers contained in this report. So members, if you have an opportunity, we have given a lengthy chapter on the observations for each water company and the recommendations that we have recommended for each company. The general observation and the recommendation contains this report are as follows. Mr. Speaker, we have made recommendations and observation on the issue of high non-revenue water, the issue of poor bookkeeping, preparation and accuracy of financial statement, the issue of non-compliance to reporting standards and accuracy of the financial statement, the issue of non-compliance to the law on ethnic inclusivity, the issue of material uncertainty to going concern. This was a common query. Non-remittance of statutory deductions, where these companies deduct money from staff and they don't remit. This is a common problem. non-transfer of assets and liability, breach of various provisions of the law, budget control and performance, unclear ownership of assets, lack of an updated fixed asset register. These companies, quite a number, do not have a fixed asset register. And that is a very serious governance issue, Mr. Speaker. Cross-county water companies. For example, Nyamira and Kisii, they share one water company, and there are a lot of disputes around it, which this committee directed them to consider declustering, so that we have a water company for Nyamira and another water company for Kisii. That process is ongoing, and Mr. Speaker, I can report that we are making progress. The same also applies to Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, who share one water company. There are huge challenges, management challenges, resulting from that arrangement. And again, Mr. Speaker, through committee recommendation, we have recommended that we have a declustering of the company, so that we have a separate water company for Trans Nzoia and a separate water company for Bungoma. And that process, Mr. Speaker, the two county governments are making progress. And very soon we are going to have that declustering happening. Mr. Speaker, the report also contains specific recommendation for respective audit queries for each county water service provider. That details is contained in the reports. It is also important to note that the recommendation contained in this report were arrived at by consensus by members of the committee. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, it is important that the committee appreciates the determination made by governors so far and various water service providers to appear physically before the committee to present their responses and submission. These appearances, Mr. Speaker, allowed the committee to execute its oversight role over those county entities and help the management of water companies to understand what is expected of them in executing their mandates, and especially on accountability. These efforts have seen a good number of the audit queries having been resolved, as you can see in the specific queries as contained in the reports that we have tabled here. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we will have another opportunity to debate other water companies because, as I said, we have 5 volumes of reports which we are tabled before this House containing the observation and the recommendations and the audit query and their position for 80 water companies for those 3 financial years. Mr. Speaker, even before we get there, I think I want to encourage members of this House to take keen interest in the management of water service providers in their respective counties, because they say water is life, and management of water, provision of water, is a key component in our oversight role, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had an opportunity to visit Mombasa Water and Sewerage Company, Mr. Speaker, and we'll be reporting on this, where raw sewage is drained into the sea. And that has been happening for 10 years, Mr. Speaker. Raw sewage, all the sewage in Mombasa is drained into the sea. We had to visit the... Yeah, I can get more information from this.
Senator Faki.
After I've moved.
Allow the Honorable Senator to conclude. Senator Soti, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we visited Mombasa and we saw it for ourselves. And it was a sad moment to see all the raw sewage being drained into the sea for 10 years, and nothing is being done about it. Mr. Speaker, we will also be bringing a report on that. And this is a serious issue. It can even affect our global positioning as a country. How can we allow this to happen under our watch, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, there are issues about management of water in our key counties, key cities. We have a problem, a serious problem, with the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. We have a serious problem in Mombasa. We have a serious problem in Nakuru. But I want to report that the two towns have done very well. Nyeri, where Honorable Matinga comes from, and Kisumu. I think these other county cities should go and learn something there. But even within the counties, the water service providers are on the deathbed. I am happy that some governors did not even know that water companies belong to the county government. It is this committee that awakened them to tell them that the Water Act provides that county government has to own 100% of shareholding in water companies. Now they have gotten interest. No, company shares, not Gachagua shares. You know, Senator Cheragei is a proponent of the impeached deputy president. So he wants to talk about shares all the time. It is a shareholding, company shareholding. So we have made a contribution to get these water companies to work and to work for the people of Kenya. And I hope in our next review, where we'll be looking at the audit report for the year ended June 2022, June 2023, and June 2024, we will begin to see a lot of changes in the way the water companies are managed in this country. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I wish to register my appreciation to the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk of the Senate, and the Office of the Auditor General for facilitating the work of the committee and making the production of these reports possible. I also want to appreciate the Secretariat of the committee, and most importantly, the members of this committee for working so hard to process 80 reports for the water companies. Mr. Speaker, it was not an easy thing. We spent hours interrogating governors. We also spend hours doing the reports, and I can see two members of my committee are here, the Senator Miraj Abdullahi and Senator Ledama Olekina, who are here this morning, for the effort they put in making sure that we process this report for the first time to be tabled here in the Senate. We will also be doing the same for the remaining financial years, and hopefully through that interrogation, through that intense oversight into this report, we'll begin to see better management of water resources in our counties. Mr. Speaker, for those few remarks, I move, and I request Senator Olekina Ledama to second.
Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the report on the Select Committee on County Publics and Investment Committee, the Auditor General for the financial statement for the following counties, water service providers for the financial year 2018, 2019, and 2020-2021. These counties that have already been listed by the mover of this motion, I will restrict myself to the observations that we made during the inquiry into this, the way these counties manage their water resources. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest problems is that a lot of these counties, the water companies were being run by the board without the input of the county governors. In fact, in most cases, the county governors appeared before our committee and they raised concern as to why they were taking oath and responding to issues which they really did not understand. These water companies were being run autonomously by the board, and it brought in a lot of conflict on how they can be able to manage the resources. Yes, the CCM in charge of water and sanitation for each of the counties were represented in those boards, and they worked tirelessly to be able to set up budgets that can be able to allow them run these water companies. But the problem has already been explained by my colleague, had to do with an issue where you find in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia counties, there's one water company. You go to Kisii and Nyamira, there's one water company. So it brings in the issues of autonomy on which county can be able to generate more resources. So when we looked at that, our committee highly recommended that each of the 47 county governments have their own water companies. We also had a big issue looking at the issues of regional water bodies. The Constitution is quite clear in terms of water and sanitation. Water and sanitation are devolved to the county governments. However, if you look at the third schedule of the Constitution, the national government also has a role to play when it comes to the issue of protecting water sources, securing sufficient residual water, hydraulic engineering, and safety of dams. When we sit in this House, Mr. Speaker, we also confuse the whole process. Because I remember there was, during the time when we were interrogating these counties on how they're managing their water resources, there was a Water Act which was being amended. And if you notice, the proponent of that Water Act were moving away all the functions of managing even local companies to the national government. So that brought in a huge conflict. And I think it's about time that all of us now look at how we can be able to really fight for devolution. One of the key recommendations of our committee was that each of the 47 counties have got to look at their resources so that we can avoid this non-revenue water. They look at what they need from these regional bodies, but ultimately work towards managing their own resources. My colleague has already elaborated clearly on the losses that each of these companies were getting. There was a lot of unaccounted for water, and this unaccounted for water came in as a result of dilapidated infrastructure because there's so many leakages. So when you come to a situation where two counties share one company, and then water is bought from another company or from another county, by the time the water gets there, if you calculate how much was sold to those companies versus how much they generate after they sell the water, you'll realize that there's so much losses, which also led to a lot of financial mismanagement. When we are looking at the case of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, it was very difficult to be able to tell how much was that company earning. In fact, some of these companies ended up just being, sort of like corruption's dens, where people who work in these companies end up just starting their side water companies, buying water bowsers, so that they can be able to sell, because the mismanagement in the companies that were running water services was so high, such that it was impossible to be able to ensure sufficient water supply. And this is the function of the national government. The national government has got to ensure that there is sufficient sustainability of water supply to all the counties. So, Mr. Speaker, this was the first time that this Senate was looking at these water bodies. There's still a lot of work that ought to be done, quite a lot of work. And one of our recommendations was that, and I don't know whether that recommendation found itself in the report, is that each of the 47 county senators must now be able to interact on a very close watch with the water companies to ensure that these water companies, first of all, understand their budgets. Secondly, that the county governments allocate budgets to them. But these water companies must also be run to be able to produce enough water, which is sustainable to be able to provide for all the citizens of these sub-counties. And on top of that, we also have to deal with the issue of sanitation. You'll find that some companies only deal with the supply of water. But when it comes to the issue of sewage and sanitation, it is left for programs to be funded by the World Bank. We have to be very clear that these are our responsibilities. Today, Mr. Speaker, you will understand that there is a lot of shift on the role that the World Bank and the IMF plays in countries. Burkina Faso, as a country, the ruler of that country has said no to the support of IMF. IMF continue to rate our countries. In fact, today, a friend of mine sent me a small note and said, this is what is important to us, where the IMF has already downgraded Kenya and has portrayed a very dark future for Kenya just because we want to be able to control ourselves. So this trickles down. So our water companies must now be the responsibilities of the county governors, because the county governor is the CEO of that county. And if the CEO does not know how the waters are being run in those counties, it becomes very problematic. We now have a ministry on the blue economy. I think it is important that those water companies and that Ministry for Blue Economy work together to be able to set up huge dams, to be able to ensure that we have reservoirs. We have a big problem when it comes to Nairobi, as an example. The water from Nairobi comes from, I believe, Moranga, or maybe the next county, and it passes through, and there are counties that do not have water, so the water comes here. So we need to now start asking ourselves, how do we ensure that there is sufficient water that can be able to sustain the residents of Nairobi by investing in big water reservoirs? This is a responsibility of the national government. If the national government can just take the third schedule, or the fourth schedule, and look at what their role is, and they put resources there, then we can be able to make a lot of difference. Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate again on the importance of each of the 47 counties establishing their own water companies, and they run them as a resource. They realign their own existing resources. We have a lot of water is washed away. Some of us who are farmers, we tap this water. If you go along most of the riverbanks, you will see people using the water which eventually will drain into the lake and using it for irrigation. We can as well encourage county governments to be able to establish water reservoirs where they can be able to tap into this water. So this is a resource that we can be able to, once we realign just our small existing resources, we can be able to ensure that it supports our population. Mr. Speaker, have devolved certain functions. Water and sanitation, fully devolved. These water bodies, original water bodies, should actually be working with the national government to be able to develop policies, but not to now start running the distribution of water in the county governments. During the time when we were interrogating these water companies, we also spent a lot of our time talking to the regional bodies. There was a huge conflict between Kajiado County, Makueni County, coming all the way to at the river when it comes to the issue of Lolturesh, which is a water source. That water, historically, was piped from Lolturesh, which is down Kajiado South, to in Kitengela. So the residents of that area, Makueni County, were not getting any water. The residents of Kajiado were not getting any water. So it is important that we look at our own resources. And first of all, before we send that water to serve other people, we make sure that we serve ourselves first. Mr. Speaker, if you and I travel today, the first thing we are told on an airplane is that you need to buckle up first. And even if you have a child, protect yourself first before you do what? You protect that child. So I think we need to be able to take this logic in terms of when it comes to the issue of running our own resources. There is no reason as to why Kajiado County should actually, residents of Kajiado County should stay without water, because that water is going in to support people of at the river. There's absolutely no reason as to why the people of Makueni should not be able to benefit from the Mzima Springs, because all that water is going downstream to be able to support Mombasa County. I think we can be able to share these resources. We don't give out all the resources. In fact, even in the Bible says that the poor man is the one who gives out all his wealth and is left begging. I'm not a preacher, but I remember that. And it applies clearly on how we run our resources. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to conclude by stating the following. One, each one of us here must now start taking our job very seriously when it comes to the issue of managing our resources. If you take some time and you read the Auditor General report, you'll be shocked. There's a lot of mismanagement of the little resources that we have in the country. A lot of mismanagement. Whatever happens at the county headquarters also happens in those small companies that are open to run our resources. We must also now bite the bullet, Mr. Speaker. Each of our 47 county delegations here must engage county governors to be able to re-examine and carry out an audit of our water infrastructure. Because there's no point of us buying a lot of water from nearby counties, and then all that water is lost because of leakages, dilapidated infrastructure, which some of them actually end up being carcinogenic. So it's important that we'd rather do, even if we are to get any grants from the national government, those grants are utilized properly. There's so much that people can eat. But really, if you want to jeopardize even the supply of your water because you want to get a tender and line your own pocket, we just need to rethink how we want to live our life. These boards, Mr. Speaker, must now also, we must change the law to ensure that the people who serve on these boards have got experience on managing water companies. There's no point of rewarding our friends. We need to now start introducing the concept of meritocracy. Have people who understand the importance of this resource. If it's taken care of, how well it's going to be able to support this current generation and future generation. So the boards, we must make sure that we use a competitive process, appoint people who have got a background in water and sanitation, so that they can be able to make infrastructure that will be able to outlive them. Financial management, Mr. Speaker. It is imperative that the CCM in charge of finance of each of the 47 counties, CCM in charge of water, who is now and the CEOs in charge of water, who is the accounting officer, their role must be very clear when it comes to managing these semi-autonomous companies. It is not the board which will have all the responsibilities. I think the CEO of finance should be tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that they go through the accounts of each of these counties, water bodies, so that when those counties appear before an oversight body, even the governors will be able to be in the know. Most governors have got no clue on what is happening. In conclusion, I hope that when it comes to passing this legislation, we can all be very selfish and protect devolution. Let the national government handle policy work, but when it comes to the issue of implementation of the legislation, that should be the role of county government. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to second.
Now, honorable senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the reports of the Select Committee on County Public Investments and Special Funds on its consideration of the audit reports for the year ended 30th June 2019, 30th June 2020, and 30th June 2021 of the following water service providers. 1. Amatsi Water Services Company Limited, Vihiga County. Bomet Water Company Limited, Bomet County. Gusii Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Kisii/Nyamira Counties. Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Kisumu County. Kwale Water and Sewerage Company Limited, Kwale County, and Nyeri Water and Sanitation Company Limited in Nyeri County. And the audit report of the Wajir Water and Sewerage Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2021, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 23rd of November 2023. Now, Honorable Senators, this motion is open for debate, and I will call upon the members who have requested to speak to this particular motion. I'll start with Senator Danson Buya Mugatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to make my contribution on the audit reports of the various counties that have been mentioned there, including Amatsi Water, Bomet Water, Gusii Water, Kisumu, Kwale, and Nyeri Water and Sanitation Companies. Mr. Speaker, before I make my contribution, I wish to join other leaders in extending my best wishes to the students of Tana River County who are sitting their exams, and for the rest of Kenya, wishing them well and wishing them the very best. We all pass through there, so just take heart and do the best you can, and God will be with you. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I wanted to acknowledge the industry hard work that has been put by the chair of this committee. Mr. Speaker, they have done a tremendous job as a team, and I have appeared before them when Tana River was appearing, and I know that we have a very capable Chairman Ososi, Vice Chairman Professor Ojienda, and the rest of the team. We thank you because you have made this Senate proud. Mr. Speaker, many issues have been raised about the companies that have been mentioned and whose report is before this Senate for consideration. Mr. Speaker, I want to probably pick two issues so that I can focus my attention on those issues. Mr. Speaker, there's a big complaint amongst Kenyan people that there's no water on their taps. And Mr. Speaker, I remember many years ago when the reforms of water were underway. At that time, it was the very Honorable Martha Karua. And she brought this idea to Parliament at that time, that segregate these companies. We need to create water companies. We need to create water bodies that are going to be able to manage water in various levels. Some of them were at regional, and some of them were national. Obviously, from those days to date, a lot of changes have taken place, Mr. Speaker. But the principle remains the same, that if this water is managed at a lower level, and this, in this case, at the county level, then we should be able to have people who have a feeling for the people who are directly connected, who will not steal the money for water, mismanage the resources for water, so that the county can have water flowing in the taps. Mr. Speaker, this has been a challenge everywhere. And we have been told, Mr. Speaker, that one of the problems is that, and when we speak to the management, like the one in Tana River, they tell you we still depend on the old infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure that has been there is the one that was built by the county governments, not county government, county councils, Mr. Speaker. And county councils have been gone for more than 10 years. But still these water companies depend on that infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, we therefore have this challenge of non-revenue water. Non-revenue water has been told by our able chairman when moving, is that water which nobody can account for. It is there, it has been utilized, but nobody can account for it. So, Mr. Speaker, we have also been told that these companies are 100% owned by the county governments, which effectively means, Mr. Speaker, that for the infrastructure to be upgraded, for the infrastructure to be where we want it to be, the new investment must be put into the infrastructure of water. Mr. Speaker, it's not enough for us to just blame the management of these water companies. We must start thinking of solutions. Mr. Speaker, for new money to be put in these water bodies, then it means, Mr. Speaker, we must start thinking of a way of ring-fencing some money which comes from the Senate to go down to the governors, and they be told that this money is for water, and you cannot touch this money. Mr. Speaker, if we could develop that kind of legislation, that is one way forward, and we must start thinking, because it appears that if that is not done, like one of our senators here has said, it's the same money, the money goes to the county revenue fund, and the same county revenue fund is used to pay for trips by governors, officials of the counties, and so on. And the money doesn't reach for development of water. Even where they have collected something, you find that that money doesn't go there. Mr. Speaker, we had the same problems with dispensaries and health centers. And you remember, Mr. Speaker, when we were passing the laws that involved the universal healthcare laws, we said that some money needs to be left at the dispensary level, at the health center level, so that if a fence has broken down, the local committee there is able to deal with that matter. If it is a car that has a puncture, the local committee is able to withdraw money from the revenues they are developing, they are collecting there, and do something about it. Mr. Speaker, what is so difficult about us also creating some serious thinking following that model around ring-fencing money for water, so that money we vote here can go down there, yes, to the governors, who are the people who are supposed to, by law, arrange the budgets. But in between, some money be ring-fenced for water, so that infrastructure of water can grow. Because no matter what we say, Mr. Speaker, no matter what we do, if the infrastructure of water that we want to use in 2024 is the same infrastructure in Tana River County, for example, that was set up in 1960s by the Tana River County Council, it will never work, Mr. Speaker. We must start thinking as a Senate of a way of pushing money so that infrastructure can be upgraded. Mr. Speaker, there's another thought also that we need to to think, because this is a house of ideas. Mr. Speaker, 100%, we have been told, is owned by, the shares are owned by the county governments. So in Tana River County, Tawasco is owned 100% by the county government of Tana River. And Mr. Speaker, the county government of Tana River will tell you we don't have money to invest for infrastructure. Money is being delayed from coming from the national government. Our equitable share is little. Tana River government will tell you we do not have sufficient funds to do fresh investments. Then, Mr. Speaker, why can't we start focusing on finding a way within the law to unlock that 100% shareholding? Why can't we think of privatizing part of those shares so that those who are interested in investing in water can come in and take over management? They can buy in 30% shares within the companies. They can buy in 40%. They'll be present in the management and in the boards of our county boards for water. So that, Mr. Speaker, a person who even may be benevolent, if you've made your money, maybe you made your money abroad, or you made your money in legal practice, or you made your money in investment elsewhere, or whatever you do, and then you wish to purchase shares within the water companies of your county, and you become a shareholder because you want to do something for your county. Mr. Speaker, if you have reached that level where 100 million shillings is not an issue with you, 500 million is not an issue, and you want to retire, and you feel like you want to do something special, Mr. Speaker, it is possible. We must find a way in which we can create law that allows even benevolent investors to put in money within our water companies. So that, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be, I pity some of our managers in these water companies. They'll come before Chairman Ososi and tell them we are angling for World Bank to give us this money. We are angling for I don't know what other grants to get. So we need to meet this and this and this and this and this and this requirement. When you look at it, the money they are angling for is 50 million, is 100 million. You know, Mr. Speaker, and they come to Nairobi, they tell you help us achieve this and the other, and it is money that many Kenyans here can raise. If the law have this attitude that it's only Muzungu money that will be able to save us. So people keep on talking about monies from out, monies from out, monies from out. In the meantime, there's a lot of money here within this country, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Somalia, which, if properly structured, can be put into these water companies and we'll be able to improve infrastructure. And our people will be happy to pay those reasonable bills if they're having the service, Mr. Speaker. Because this is the problem. Nobody wants to pay water bills. Why? Why? Because there is no water that flows through your tap. And the next time the water flows through your tap, they bring you a bill for all the months that the water never flowed through your tap. We had an experience, Mr. Speaker, in Tana River County. When the head of state was visiting, suddenly water started flowing in the taps. Head of state visits, Mr. Speaker. Water started flowing in the taps. You know, it shouldn't be that way, Mr. Speaker. And if the problem is investment, then we should create opportunities for people to invest in infrastructure so that these monies can be used by management to create opportunities for our water bodies to function. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I would like to also say that water bodies, even with the difficulties that they are experiencing, audit is showing us in this Senate that there are some water companies that are just doing the wrong things, just wrong things. And some of these are not difficult to comply with. The law, the National Cohesion Integration Act, Mr. Speaker, has said that if within that county there are some majority tribes, you make sure that 30% should not be occupied by one tribe alone, so that the other people can have opportunities, Mr. Speaker, to be employed. Now, we have many water companies, Mr. Speaker, that have totally ignored these rules. And in this report, Gusii Water Company has been mentioned specifically. But Gusii Water Company is not alone when they are told that 80% of your employees are in contradiction of the National Cohesion Integrity Commission Act. But it's not alone. There are many companies, Mr. Speaker, including my own Tana River Tawasco, Tana Water and Sanitation Company, Mr. Speaker, where they have totally ignored the provisions of the National Commission Integration Act, where you find the people who are employed are from one side. You don't find a proper mix. Small tribes that exist within the county of Tana River are not given opportunities. Mr. Speaker, what are the consequences of flagrant disobedience of the law? Mr. Speaker, we make recommendations in this Senate, but there are no consequences. People come, they tell us they will improve, and next year they come, they are the same, and there are no consequences. Mr. Speaker, I am asking that it is time we started thinking about tightening the laws on people who are flagrantly disobeying. I've been told that in terms of companies, you have many of them which are getting unqualified opinion of the Auditor General. Now, if the Auditor General says that the opinion they are giving in terms of financial management of your monies, the funds that have been made to you, is unqualified opinion, Mr. Speaker, and then no consequence is visited. In the next meeting, they bring some documents, like the chairman said, they generate documents so that they tell you, oh, we were only told our opinion was only bad because we didn't have this and this other document. Now we have them. I like the stand Mr. Chairman has taken, that the documentations that have not been assessed by the Auditor General should not be accepted by the Senate committee. People should go through the processes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there should be consequences, because after we make recommendations, there should be consequences. I always feel very let down by some of these guys. ESCC sits in the Public Accounts Committee. They have a permanent representative there. And they are told there's this a problem, this a query. ESCC moves there, they sit there, collect allowances, and they do nothing, Mr. Speaker. And there are other bodies there. You find they come and sit, they listen, and recommendations are made. Instead of action being taken in real time, the reason that you are put in that committee is so that you can take action in real time, nothing happens. Mr. Speaker, we want to see action on these audit reports. Consequences must visit those who are flagrantly breaching the National Cohesion Act. Water companies that are not following the law, Mr. Speaker, they should feel the pressure of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, a few people must be arrested for breaching the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, if this happens, then we shall have some discipline. Aside from the investment, we need enforcement of the law, Mr. Speaker, so that we can bring some form of discipline and direction from the Senate on these water companies. We've been told water is life. And an appeal has been made here that senators, we must take interest in the management of water companies in our places where we come from. And I accept that. That's a good appeal. But we also need from the National Committee enforcement. If somebody is not doing his work, surely let a few people take personal responsibility. If this starts happening, Mr. Speaker, we shall be able to create proper management of our water companies, and our people shall receive water, the water they have been using. They will be billed for water that they have been using. Mr. Speaker, why can't we create water tokens so that just like electricity, I buy my token and I know that after I've used 1,000 or 500, I need to replace, instead of waiting at the end of month, alafu naletewa bili ya hewa. Mr. Speaker, time has come. We use technology to make sure our water companies are also functional. So we should not only invest in the infrastructure, but also in technology, so that people can pay for services that have actually been rendered. We are doing better in electricity, but we can also do good in water sector. And this means we must start focusing there as a Senate.
Senator Sifuna Edwin.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to begin by commending the County Public Investments Committee that is ably chaired by the Senator for Vihiga, the Honorable Osotsi. Honorable Speaker, I have had occasion to be present in some of his meetings, especially when the management of the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company was appearing before this committee. And I can assure you that I saw the sort of commitment by members of the committee, and especially the chair, to make sure that we right the wrongs in many of these water companies. Honorable Speaker, as you can see from the report, the chairperson and the committee have demonstrated in-depth knowledge and understanding of the issues that are facing these water companies, and they are making recommendations that will help in trying to resolve some of the issues that have bedeviled these particular water companies. I'm also very proud, Honorable Chair, that this committee has done almost 80 of those water company reports so far, and that we are at 100% in terms of addressing the question of ownership, which was not the situation that was obtaining prior to Senator Osotsi being the chair of this committee. So therefore, Honorable Chair, let me take this opportunity to thank the chair, the Senator for Vihiga, who's also my deputy party leader. These are some of the things that Kenyans have come to expect from the very high quality leadership from the Orange Democratic Movement. And we are setting the pace for other committees, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, allow me to address two things that have been raised by the committee, and you have had the chair make various references to the situation with water in Nairobi County. The first one, Honorable Chair, is, and I know that from the discussions before that committee, Nairobi County, or the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company, is one of those companies with the highest non-revenue water, and various reasons have been cited. Honorable Speaker, in very simple terms, non-revenue water is revenue that somehow leaves the company but is not billed, and the county does not receive money, or the company does not receive money for that water. And one of the issues that have been cited is dilapidated infrastructure. Truth of the matter is, here in Nairobi, the water and sewerage infrastructure that we are operating on has been stretched beyond its capacity. And as the chair said, we are still relying on the original water and sanitation infrastructure when the city was actually built by the Mzungu. Honorable Chair, one of the things that I have never understood is, if you look at our laws, there is a law that is called the Urban Areas and Cities Act. This law, under sections 5 and 6, provides for a framework of cooperation between the national government and the county government, and especially the city county of Nairobi, recognizing the unique position of Nairobi City County amongst the 47 counties. This uniqueness arises from many things, including the fact that Nairobi City County is the capital of the Republic. It hosts the diplomatic headquarters of many countries. It also is a seat of government. Many national government institutions are actually situated here in Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, under that act, the expectation was that in the realization of the uniqueness of Nairobi, the national government would support development of heavy infrastructure or critical infrastructure like the water and sanitation infrastructure. But this has never happened. If you speak to the management of the water company and the county government of Nairobi in general, Honorable Speaker, the amount of capital outlay that is required to bring the sanitation and water infrastructure up to speed, Honorable Speaker, it is something that would require over 5 years allocation under the equitable revenue share for us to be able to do that infrastructure. As we speak, Honorable Speaker, the existing sewage network, for instance, covers only 37 or 30% of the total square area of Nairobi County. And Honorable Speaker, as you know, these has also, the past few years, I've seen a lot of rapid development. Rapid development in terms of housing. Very many new buildings are coming up, going up to 25 floors, hosting thousands of tenants, but it has not been accompanied by the commensurate infrastructure upgrade that is required. And this is why many of our water and sanitation infrastructure is creaking. So, Honorable Speaker, I continue to call on the national government to honor its responsibilities under the Urban Areas and Cities Act, to support Nairobi's development of certain critical infrastructure, including our water infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, so that we can be able to meet the needs of the people of Nairobi. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the committee has highlighted the specter of illegal connections and what the chair has called outright corruption. There are stories we hear in this city, Honorable Speaker. Very serious allegations are made against the management of Nairobi Water City Company, the people who work there, that, Honorable Speaker, even though they told us that there is this program of equitable distribution of water across the city, that there are unscrupulous people within the company who are even themselves merchants of water, people who own water bowsers, who are aware of the distribution schedule, who will make sure that, Honorable Speaker, the running joke is that some of them have mjengos going on, and they tell their contractors, just wacha nifunge Nairobi West, and then I'll come and see you at the hardware. Honorable Speaker, knowing that you are shutting water supply to Nairobi West, then your bowsers are available for the people of Nairobi West to buy water from you. So these stories, Honorable Speaker, unfortunately for us, we rely on other institutions, and we have complained even at the Committee of Public Accounts that unfortunately for us as a House, our role ends somewhere. That once we bring up these matters before these committees, we depend on other institutions of government, including the EACC, to be able to follow up and to be able to bring some of these matters before the courts so that we can stop these malpractices. I remember, Honorable Speaker, and I don't know if Chair of this committee can recall, that when the Nairobi Water team was before his committee, there was a discussion about the discharge point for sewage from these exhausters in Nairobi. And the management there could not tell you on average or in a day what are the identities of the trucks that have delivered or have discharged this morning. They cannot tell you the number of times a vehicle specific registration number has appeared there. And it becomes very difficult for you to manage revenue if you're operating like that. So, Honorable Chair, if we do not focus on this question of illegal connections and corruption within our water companies, we are doing nothing. And by the way, I used to think that cartels, for instance, in water, are shadowy figures who you cannot point out. Honorable Speaker, the people doing illegal connections are known within our communities. It is the inefficiency of the water companies that supports the existence of these cartels. Because the people there, especially in the informal settlements, have come to realize that the suppliers down there who have made illegal connections somehow provide a more reliable service than the water company itself. So if these issues are not addressed, Honorable Speaker, then anything. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I want to just comment on something that the Speaker, the Chairman said, that the recommendations are arrived at by consensus. And in replying, I would also want him to advise if this consensus is just amongst the members of the committee, or if in fact the management of the water companies themselves share in some of these recommendations, because it is important that you get the buy-in of these stakeholders, especially on conflict areas such as the Kisii and Nyamira situation that you have referred to, the Bungoma and Trans Nzoia one. If there is no commitment from those stakeholders to resolve those problems, there's not going to be resolution of those problems. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee. I thank them for the support that they are rendering to all these entities for them to be able to improve. At the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, what the people of our counties expect is reliable water supply. If you look at the statistics, the people who in this city have access to water 24 hours are less than 40%. The rest of us, Honorable Speaker, we have to play pata potea with our water supply. And this is a situation that is not acceptable. And we have to call out the management of these companies. We have to call out the management of our counties to ensure that this is done. Nairobians have waited for so long, Honorable Speaker, because, you know, there's a project that we were following very closely on the Northern Collector Tunnel that was supposed to add an additional 170,000 cubic meters of water to our daily supply, which would have helped because we are running a deficit of over 200,000 cubic meters of water every day. We need to be updated on the situation with the Northern Collector Tunnel and all the other water projects that the people of Nairobi have been waiting on, so that we are able to assuage the situation and as well in the other counties. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I support the position that has been taken by the committee.
Thank you, Senator Sifuna. I was really hoping that when you were talking about the honeysuckers, and you informed the House that they discharge their sewer in rivers, and we have that problem. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity to make a few comments on the report of my sister committee of County Public and Investment. I think in the last session, Mr. Speaker, it was a joint committee, and I'm happy during that session, Mr. Speaker, we were not able to look at these issues, and I know they are very busy because they have to look back for almost, Mr. Speaker, from 2013. Because during the public investments, we could not look at public accounts in the last session. But I'm happy in the wisdom of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the need to have a public investment committee. And I'm happy to, this report of 2019-2020, I'm happy with the pace at which the Public Investment Committee of this House is doing its work, led by the Deputy Party Leader of ODM, my brother and friend and neighbor, Senator Otsotsi, for the good job that he's doing, Mr. Speaker. And for us who interacted with Senator Otsotsi in the last session, he was a fiery legislator who almost angamised one of our principles, but I'm happy nowadays he's more calm. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Amatsi Water Service Company Limited in Vihiga, Bomet Water Company Limited in Bomet County, Gusii Water and Sanitation Company Limited in Kisii, Nyamira counties, and this is where we have problems even in waterworks, Mr. Speaker. Remember, for example, Nandi, there are many shared, Mr. Speaker. Even in Nandi, we have a Eldoret Water and Sanitation Company that covers both Wazingishu County and Nandi and part of Lesos in Nandi's constituency. We have Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company in Kisumu County, Kwale Sewerage and Sanitation, Nyeri and Sanitation Company, Mr. Speaker, where Wamunyoro village is. Mr. Speaker, on many aspects, I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker, on many issues. I agree that most of our companies are on the red, water companies, even Kapsabet Water and Sanitation Company, Mr. Speaker. For example, Water and Sanitation Company is under in Nandi County, where we still depend on generators and electricity to pump water into Kapsabet town, Mr. Speaker, and its environs. We had expected that the government would expedite the construction of a Keben Dam, Mr. Speaker, which was upscaled to 24 billion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. I know there are a number of dams across the country, like Tuaga Dam. There is also Karmenu Dam, Mr. Speaker. There is Posta Dam in Bomet. There is also Itare Dam in Nakuru. Chemasusu Dam was complete. We had one, the Aror and Kimwarer dams in Elgeyo Marakwet County, Mr. Speaker. We have 2 rivers in Wazingishu. Mr. Speaker, we have the one of Sondu Dam that was supposed to cost 40 billion, that is between Kericho, Nandi, and Kisumu counties, among other dams across the country, Mr. Speaker. So it is very important that water is life. Water should be accessible, Mr. Speaker. If a society where it will reach a point that water is more expensive than soda or any other beverage, Mr. Speaker, as a society, we have collapsed. I know in northern part of the country, we still have challenges of access to water. And we remember we were being told that there is aquifer waters, especially in Turkana and that northern Pearl, where we were being told up to 70 years access to underground water, to especially regions, your county like Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, among other counties in the northern frontier, Mr. Speaker, is very critical. As a society, Mr. Speaker, when you don't have water for domestic use to drink, Mr. Speaker, many years ago, there were clamor for changes in reforms of water sector, Mr. Speaker. Even, Mr. Speaker, as we grapple with the challenges of access to water in eastern and northeastern part of this country, where ours is rain-fed, Mr. Speaker. We are lucky from where I come in Nandi. The reason why we don't have so much challenge of access to water for domestic use, drinking, and other usage is because of rain-fed kind of access to water, Mr. Speaker. In fact, even coastal waterworks in Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, and counties that border Indian Ocean, Mr. Speaker, there was even a proposal of Mzima Springs that is not sufficient. We need desalination because the auction water has salt, Mr. Speaker. Those are some of the access to create water in these areas, Mr. Speaker. But can you believe living in Nairobi is like living in some eastern or northern eastern of this country? Because, Mr. Speaker, water only appears in Nairobi like medicine, Mr. Speaker. No one is sure. That is why that
in some counties has become quite a disadvantage because of their geographical location. But we know, Mr. Speaker, sir, by embracing the light technology, by embracing water harvesting technology, and as also water usage services, we can be able to ensure that most of the water that we take into our houses is intelligently used. I do remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the motions that I tabled when I came to this house was application of intelligent water usage in buildings with movement sensors that charts the light on and off depending on whether the room is occupied. We can also have taps. We can also have water reticulation system that is intelligent so that you do not have somebody using one bucket of water to brush their teeth where they can also use just a quarter of an acre grass. Mr. Speaker, sir, this can only be achieved if we come up with the right legal framework, if we have a holistic approach that does not look at water as an isolated county issue, but rather as a national approach whereby we would have the law. And that is why I am one of those who support the bill that addresses the issue of bulk water. Why, Mr. Speaker, sir? We know in most countries, in Western countries, water, because it's a tradable commodity, it is able to, even the management of the reticulation itself, because this is an asset that must be able to amortize itself, it is managed in a more prudent way. This can also be achieved, Mr. Speaker, if we take the same approach. The Northland Collector Tunnel has been named here several, Mr. Speaker. We know if we had put that private equity into that, by now, we could have realized the project. By now, we would be selling the commodity. And at the end of the day, the goal of having cheap, clean, and affordable water will be achieved. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I would want to commend Nyeri County because we've been performing very well. It is one of the counties where we have the least non-revenue water. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, it is also not lost to me that we still do not have reticulation infrastructure that reaches all the household. At about 70%, Mr. Speaker, sir, we still have another 30% to go, and this can be achieved if one will renew our infrastructure. And to do that, I think it's the high time that we come up with a legislative framework that will allow the water bodies to be able to access private equity from the banks by making water a tradable commodity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for having come up with this report, and I think for the senators, it is a challenge that, yes, we must look at the water service providers. We must put a keen eye on that because that is one of the low-hanging fruits, something that we can be able to realize quick gains and by so doing also help our legislators, our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Daniel Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important report. Mr. Speaker, although Makueni County is not named here, and this was up to 2019 to 2020, I'm sure the next report, Mr. Speaker, will include Makueni County. But most important, Makueni County, Kitui County, and Machakos counties are served by River Athi, among other rivers, whereby River Athi goes through Nairobi. One of the worst things which has happened to this river is that raw sewage, and especially by the honeysuckers, is released, fresh to this river. There has been an effort to clean up River Athi in Nairobi. I've seen the president launching cleanup projects, but as soon as he leaves, the people who are supposed to clean the river, they also leave with him. And therefore, it becomes like a PR exercise, and the water downstream continues to be dirty. With the sewerage systems in Nairobi, last week, and even the last 2 weeks, have been releasing raw sewage water to River Athi, and it is green through Machakos, Kitui, and Makueni. And most unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, a lot of Kenyans use this water. It is used by many water companies in Makueni. And therefore, we must come up with a system to make sure that there is clean, safe water be consumed by the people in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, there is water storage, and the water is devolved under Schedule 4 of the Constitution. But unfortunately, the national government is still holding 90% of all the water systems. The counties have not received their monies in the last 4 months, and it must be very frustrating for a governor to sit in the county. You want to deliver water to the people, and you have no money to do this. Mr. Speaker, there are boreholes, most of them mismanaged through these companies, most of the money collected and stolen by individuals. In Makueni, out of the water companies from the last report, only the Kibwezi one, which is somewhere on Mombasa Road near Kibwezi town, seems to have performed better. The rest, you could not account for the monies. You could not account for so many things, and yet a lot of money has been put into these water companies. So what do we need to do, Mr. Speaker? The country needs water. I started hearing it from the more years in primary school, that every home is going to have clean water. Up to today, water is still far away from most homesteads in Kenya. Piped water is still not available to every homestead in Kenya. And yet, Mr. Speaker, is a very cheap way. It's the easiest thing to do if the government seriously invested in water first. You rather even stop all the other projects. Deal with water first. Get water to the people. And then next, do the roads to the people. Probably by doing that way, then it will become much better. You will improve in education, you will improve in agriculture, you will have enough food for the people, and then do the rest so that the same can be transported to marketing places. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, although there are good policies, they have not been implemented. The people of Kenya have waited patiently for clean water into their homesteads. It has not happened, and it does not seem to be in sight soon. Thwaka Dam, which has been talked about by quite a number of contributors here, is 94% done, but now stalled for the last 2 years. I am pushing the government. I was there recently. It is very expensive to delay a water project because the contractors are on site and they are charging the country. And it is not the only one. There were quite a number of them, the Mwacha Dam, the Northern Collector, and all of them, Mr. Speaker, seem to have stalled. So when will we give Kenyans water in their homesteads? All these dams, the Thwaka Dam was supposed to give water to Kitui, Machakos, and Makueni, even water for irrigation. When will this happen? And this is fertile land where farmers can grow a lot of food and can become the food basket of Kenya, and then can even sell abroad, because agriculture and agribusiness are one of the things, and every household has a meal every day and has to school. Mr. Speaker, this matter of water must be taken very seriously by this House and by the government. We must have a proper law. We must actuate and make actual the delivery of water services to the people. We must make sure that the pending projects are completed. I am wondering why the Treasury is frustrating the Ministry of Water so much, why the Treasury is frustrating the counties so much. Why can't money is going to the counties? Governors can prioritize on water. When you look at the Notresh water, which the Center for Narok was talking about, it comes from somewhere Mount Kilimanjaro. For many years, it went to water flowers of individuals. And then the moment it was Kajiado and Makueni, then it became another big problem. And corruption, serious corruption, have riddled these water companies. There are as many corrupt officials as you can get. There is no capacity even to try them. ESCC does not seem to have a capacity to deal with this. And even the police does not seem to have capacity to deal with the corruption in water services company. It is a high time Kenyans became responsible with water so that there's no stealing, and the money is collected. I want to finish on this. The money is collected. If you can have a system, like an M-Pesa system, pay bill system, then all these monies will be collected into one place and the account can be seen and can be accounted for, and the counties can make sure it is accountable. We need to invest in that so that we have enough monies to continue investing in water. And I really want to urge that let Treasury release monies related to Thwake, release monies to the counties, and let's give people clean water in the country so that we can have a healthy nation, and we can use it to do agriculture, and we can use it to grow the nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to also join the other members to support the report. Honorable Speaker, I think the report, I want to commend the committee first for the excellent work they have done, because visiting 80 water companies is not an easy thing for knowing the resources that is available to this country, this Senate. Honorable Speaker, water is actually a very crucial resource that is life. Kenya has actually placed cars to be utilized by people or accessed by people. Honorable Speaker, Kenya also has the highest number of institutions that manages water. We have almost 12 water works, 9 other regional developments, all and the companies on every county that manages water, but water is never available at a given time on demand. I think it's just purely on lack of management and lack of transparency. Honorable Speaker, the water companies in the counties are actually almost not functional, most of them, especially my county, Wajir Wasco is actually getting resources from World Bank, it is getting money from the counties. But of course, the counties are not even, the water work company is not even able to pay itself for some times now. And even up to 200 staff were laid off. And to date, they have not been paid. Almost 5 months they worked, and whatever, any other gratitude. However, until when they went, some of them went to court, and it's only this week some payment has been done. About 7 of them have been paid for 4 months, and the rest have not been paid. And that much the county is actually, the Wajir Wasco is actually in obsolete, I mean they're in need of money. Still the money is available from the World Bank. It is there, the council also supporting, but because it's not well managed, that resources are not well managed, and at the same time, one other thing is the county, I mean the company is actually experiencing issues to do with resource generation. Wajir doesn't have pumped water source. There's no rivers, it's landlocked. It depends. Wajir depends on boreholes, the groundwater. We have about 600, currently 600 boreholes. And these boreholes have been managed by communities in different parts of the county. Boreholes have been run by community committees. It has now become a cash cow for the communities. Instead of paying money now to the Wajir Wasco, the communities are not ready to give back the boreholes to be managed by the counties. Honorable Speaker, I think the most important thing now is that my committee, the Committee of Devolution now, water is actually a devolved function. But the problem is that of the 9 water agencies, and there are about 4, like Victoria, Tana water, and the Coast Water, all these guys don't want to release these institutions back to the counties. I think it's the high time that this House must be able to support the counties so that at least these functions can go back to, be taken back to the counties. One other thing is, Honorable Speaker, most of these companies are non-entities actually. Most of them are not even registered. Some of them they don't have legal status, and they cannot be operating officially, legally. And the way it is being run, even appointments are done by the governors. The boards have been appointed by the governors, and actually most of these companies are supposed to be independent from the county management. So the county executive, but is still micromanaging it, and they do all the appointments, and therefore that is, I think, the causes as to why the companies are not functioning well. One other thing is, Honorable Speaker, the money been received from donors are not being actually audited. And I think that's why the CP guys need to go at least in depth on auditing the Auditor General to audit these companies. So at least we can be able to know how they manage their resources. Most of them don't even have their own generated own source funds because the World Bank or the counties cannot be able to manage the water companies for the people of the respective counties. So we need these companies to be at least viable, be able to generate their own resources, so at least they can be able to sustain themselves. Otherwise, as it is, I think they will not go far, and most of them will be closed down. One other thing is actually legal status shall be done. They should have, these companies must be registered, and must have shareholders, so at least they will be able to generate their own funds. Because a limited company cannot be having its own, be depending on resources from the counties and the World Bank and all these other NGOs and other donors. One other thing, Honorable Speaker, I think there's also duplication of works. The company is working there. The company is supposed to take over water resources and water management. We have also the Department of Water in the same counties. We're also equally doing the same businesses. So I think we need to have, to divide the responsibility for these two institutions, and then these other companies, these other regional water works and water agencies should be revolved eventually. And this is actually what we are now doing. We're meeting with all the stakeholders I think in the course of the next month, so that we will be able to devolve these functions back to the counties. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I want to support this motion and particularly applaud the leadership of this committee, Honorable Speaker. This committee is led by the very able Deputy Party Leader of the ODM Party, Senator Geoffrey Atieno Ososi, who has a future also elsewhere out of this Senate, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, water is life. In the SDG 6 talks about clean water and sanitation, Honorable Speaker. And we all know the relationship of clean water to health. We know the relationship of water to food. We all know the real critical space that the availability of water played in this country when we had the disastrous COVID, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, water remains a basic need of all of us. And that is why the provision of water is so critical to this nation, Honorable Speaker. There is the 9 reports of water companies of Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kirinyaga, Kilifi, Mandera, Migori, Mombasa, Laikipia, and Tharaka Nithi, Honorable Speaker. But the obstacles that we continue to meet in this sector remains uniform in all the counties, Honorable Speaker. In the report, Honorable Speaker, the committee makes reference to aging infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, I was lucky to have served as a CEM of water for some 6 months in Homa Bay County during some transition as we are going for the 2017 election in Homa Bay County. I was then the CEC of lands, but I had the privilege to serve as CEC of water for some 6 months. And Honorable Speaker, all the challenges that this committee talks about are challenges that I encountered when I had that short stint as the water CEC. Honorable Speaker, the infrastructure that our counties have, especially in the municipalities, in the county headquarters of the county, remain the same infrastructure that has been there for all the time that those towns have been there. In particular, in Homa Bay Town and Homa Bay Municipality, an aging infrastructure. Despite the growth that has been there, then it means, Honorable Speaker, that this infrastructure cannot consistently and sufficiently serve this town. So as much as the Lake Victoria South Water Board has dealt with, through development partners, has dealt with the availability, the supply of water. Honorable Speaker, if the counties or the companies do not get funds to deal with the distribution lines, with expanse distribution lines that can serve this population, then the issue of access to water by our people remains a pipe dream. And that is often why this water system breaks down. Because if it's going to be pushed to pump water to all the areas of the towns, the infrastructure that is available is not able to do so. So, Honorable Speaker, the county governments or the boards and all the funders or the development partners must, as a priority, deal with the rehabilitation of the distribution lines of our water system. Honorable Speaker, along the aging infrastructure, we also have corrupt practices within these jurisdictions. Honorable Speaker, there's the mention of illegal connections. And Honorable Speaker, when you reflect at all our urban centers, you often see the thriving business of water tankers. It is right to believe, Honorable Speaker, that most of the people dealing with the water tankers or the water boosters are also people within the water sector. And Honorable Speaker, then it means that they are able to cause inadequacies in the provisions of water so that they are able to make their businesses thrive, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, water remains a basic need. And as a country and as the world as enshrined in SDG 7, everybody should be able to access water as a basic. The report also mentions the high operating costs, and Honorable Speaker, this is a setback to the realization of a water supply in most of our companies. Honorable Speaker, most of the companies and the municipalities as we have still rely on electricity as a source of power. And a number of the companies are not able to pay their electricity bills. And so you have a lot of interruptions in the provisions of water in our municipality. Honorable Speaker, there's also a mention of governance. Honorable Speaker, in most of the companies, this is a menace that in providing water, this provision must be managed by competent people that are appointed, Honorable Speaker. We urge our governors that oversee these companies that go ahead and appoint people who can actually manage these water companies. The water companies must not only be limited to employment bureaus in our municipality. Honorable Speaker, I must also mention that our county bosses or the managers of our work on physical planning of the towns, be able the water system to be realigned to the urban centers. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, I also want to mention that water provision must not only be limited to the urban space, that everybody in this republic deserve the provision of water. So our counties, as they focus on water provision in urban centers, we must also enhance access to water in our rural areas. Honorable Speaker, in my own sub-county headquarters, that is Ndiwa Town, as we talk, we have no water. And yet, the Lake Victoria South Water Services had invested in a borehole in Ndiwa Town that is capable of serving the whole town and the environs, that is not limited to 1 or 2 wards in that sub-county. But what is happening, Honorable Speaker? The borehole is available, but distribution, all the lines are destroyed, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I've raised this with the Water Ministry and the Water Secretary, but all have been told is that the county government of Homa Bay should look at the rehabilitation of this distribution line. And I call upon our county government of Homa Bay, look at the rehabilitation of the distribution line of the main water supply of Ndiwa Town so that the people of Ndiwa can be served. Honorable Speaker, we know that water plays a role. Water is related to health, as I've said, to food, and even to security. Honorable Speaker, in this country, we've had situations where we have floods when there rains. And yet we see that our government is not able to harvest this water in time so that it can solve the scarcity of water at times of drought. So rightly, we walk from drought, and then we run into drought. And we see how drought is related to lack of food and security. Honorable Speaker, I live and I support this motion. I want to urge Kenyans that Kenyans let us go for courses that will serve the water sector. The water sector is able to give a solution to the unemployment situation we have in this country. Honorable Speaker, this country will lack adequate plumbers, we lack adequate water engineers, and this can be solved by our people, our Form 4s that leave school, going for artisan courses, going to the Kewi school. The Kewi school is sufficient enough to train skilled manpower for this sector. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Senator William Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also arise to support this motion and also admit that I'm also a member of this particular committee and thank the last Senate 2017-2022, Honorable Speaker, because in its own wisdom, they saw the need to split the oversight committees into two. Otherwise, the special funds and the water companies, Honorable Speaker, would not have been audited by this particular House, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank also my chair, who is the deputy party leader of ODM. I know he's really leading the committee very well. And I have also told him 2027 is likely to come and face us, so he needs to do a good job. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a committee, as we went through the reports, the audited reports, Honorable Speaker, generally, one of the issues that we noted was weak management structures in the water companies, governance issues, Honorable Speaker, especially most of the water service providers didn't have competent boards, and some of them, if they had boards, Honorable Speaker, they thought they were independent from the county governments. They didn't say, they thought they don't have to report to the governor, to the CEC Water and CEC Finance, Honorable Speaker, but at least our committee has been able to bring things to order, and now generally most of the companies are run well, and we believe in the next audits, especially 2024-25 going forward, Honorable Speaker, some of these books will have unqualified accounts, Honorable Speaker, because all of them were either qualified, disclaimer accounts, Honorable Speaker. So we've done a good job, and I believe soon they are going to see, we'll see the benefits of this particular committee in this particular water service providers, Honorable Speaker. What we want to urge our governors is to ensure they employ competent CEOs, competent board members, so that they can drive the companies well, Honorable Speaker, because those are the issues, the weaknesses that we saw. And basically, you had a senator for Wajir, Honorable Speaker, that some of the boreholes within the communities, they are run by an association, and the associations have even refused to cede management of these boreholes to the water companies. So basically, they are run as a club, and they don't pay. They just maybe charge a flat rate from the water users, and sometimes the water is not even enough, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what we also saw as a big, serious issue is what we call non-revenue water, Honorable Speaker. You know, the standard loss is about 25%, but majority of the water service providers were way above, some even up to 72%. I think it is only one or two counties, Nyeri, and I think one more, were below the recommended loss of 25%, Honorable Speaker. But the other 70, 60, so basically it means you are losing more than half, more than 3/4 of what the water that goes to the pipes, Honorable Speaker. And there are two types of loss. There is a physical loss, basically because of the state of the pipes, and there is the commercial loss. The commercial loss, Honorable Speaker, is the water is already in the pipe. There are no losses through the pipes, but basically they don't peel the water that has been used by the users, or cartels divert the water, they cut the water and sell directly to the water users. It's like what the Senator for Nairobi had said, Honorable Speaker. Generally, Nairobi Water Company should not be getting any support from Nairobi County government. It should be getting support, it should be self-sufficient, because we need water. You go to Karen, Honorable Speaker, almost every day Pipes are passed everywhere. They don't have any means to detect if there are any leakages within the pipeline, Honorable Speaker. Shouldered. If county governments were not the Honorable Speaker, most of these water service providers basically would have closed because they all get support from the counties in terms of to ensure they are able to pay salaries, they are able to pay electricity bills. Otherwise, Kenya Power would have basically closed most of them long time ago, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's also important that we encourage them to get smart meters. They need to get detectors so that if there are leakages, they are detected quickly, Honorable Speaker. Recently, I think they partnered also with National Police Service, where we have what we call water policing. The water police officers are supposed to help and assist the water service providers to detect where there are illegal connections. Honorable Speaker, is in terms of water, in terms of the regional bodies, we have 9 of them. But imagine, Honorable Speaker, some of these water regional agencies take loans on behalf of water service providers, and the water service providers don't know. They just find themselves, there's a loan here, they were not involved, they didn't negotiate. A visibility study of the water projects were not done through them, so they just see loans and people are coming to the regions that there is a project that is coming up. Honorable Speaker, I know most of my colleagues also want to contribute. I just wanted to put the last comment. The last comment is there is an issue in terms of property. There are some plans, vehicles, equipment, and even the land where some of the water service providers are domiciled, Honorable Speaker, and they don't have the titles. They don't have logbooks for the vehicles, Honorable Speaker. They are still within the regional bodies. And we have given intergovernmental agency, we have given the counties, the Honorable Speaker, to ensure within a certain period of time, the assets that belong to the water service providers should be handed over to them so that it improves their balance sheet, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know in areas like Elgeyo-Marakwet County, it's a young county. Basically, we have a few small, and they are still struggling. I believe the agencies within that region and the county government will assist them. What will help mostly, Honorable Speaker, along Keria Valley, we have conflict as communities because of water. I believe if water is managed very well, basically even inter-clan or inter-community conflict because of pasture, because of water, will be reduced if, Honorable Speaker, our governors sit down and they ensure our people get clean water across the counties. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much so that I cede time to my colleagues. I support and I support.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion, and I commend my very able chairman, our deputy party leader, ODM, for the good work that he has been doing so far. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to note for the cross-cutting. Actually, I was looking at the audit report, which was considered by the team. The companies, the water companies, Mr. Speaker, have taken loans, some of them, due to develop infrastructure for big dams. But they end up not being able to do it. The big dams that, the funding was, they got the funds for the big dams, but then they did not consult actually the counties. So you may find that they expect the counties to pay for the services, but then the last mile connectivity that has not been developed actually when doing a large dam. Now, a large dam without last mile connectivity, Mr. Speaker, does not work, I think, very well. And then the counties are expected to pay off. Mr. Speaker, when assets are developed with the water companies, they retain the assets, but do not transfer liabilities. But transfer liabilities to the county. So you find counties are overwhelmed with monies, or fundings to be paid, and yet this is a challenge for financial statement to the water companies, to counties. Mr. Speaker, also I remember the Auditor General was able to see the liabilities but no corresponding assets to the water companies. Mr. Speaker, this becomes a big issue and a problem to the water companies to give a fair, correct view of the financial position. Each time we are always, we are always having issues with the water companies that they cannot account for the financial position. And to some extent, it's an indication that the national government is not ready, Mr. Speaker, to take care of those functions. The other challenge, Mr. Speaker, is that the counties do not have the co-ownership, actually, arrangements between the water companies, the water companies and the national, at the national level and the county level. That one is also an issue. Mr. Speaker, the non-revenue has also been mentioned, the non-revenue water. It is, Mr. Speaker, a thorn in the flesh. They blame the old piping system, breakages, illegal connections, many other issues. But I think water companies need to invest on this one. And they do need to invest in new technologies to detect leakages, like the upgrading the pipes and also the smart meters, Mr. Speaker. We need to embrace the smart meters to tackle the commercial losses through people reconnecting and doing all sorts of issues. And that's why actually the counties go at a loss. There's some counties, Mr. Speaker, are related, they have multiple water companies. For example, Machakos have 6 or 7 companies, water companies. Kiambu, you recall, it has about 8 water companies. That is a challenge, Mr. Speaker, because most of the water companies are not economical viable. One last thing, Mr. Speaker, is oversighting and management is quite difficult on this one. The recommendation is to bring down the water companies to a number that is easy, of water supply. You find like Gusii are sharing, Gusii and Nyamira are sharing, that they are co-owning within the county. So you have the shortness of water, adequate supply, inadequate supply of water. Then other places you find adequate supply but no infrastructure in the water system. Replacements of the pipes, Mr. Speaker, put the companies in a very awkward position. Now, my last kick, Mr. Speaker, is that the committee, I remember, recommended that to decluster such arrangements so that each county to have its own service provider. Mr. Speaker, I know someone else needs to speak, so I want to yield my time for him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Hilary Sigei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to appreciate Senator Hamida for according me the remaining 10 minutes or so of the session, Mr. Speaker, so that I also comment on the motion. And I want to also appreciate the chairperson of this committee.
Welcome to the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, or KDIC, a state corporation established under the KDI Act Cap 487C. KDIC, safer, stronger, together.
And in all these reports, they have identified a common thread of the challenges that some of these companies have in their management. And I will highlight a few, Mr. Speaker, particularly which have zeroed in toward poor management of water companies. In terms of the aspects that they have identified, for instance, in areas where property in terms of land, in terms of equipment, in terms of reported or unregistered ownership to the properties leads to poor management style and designs. And in terms of reporting, most of these companies have indicated the fact that resources in terms of funds allocated always are lost, especially where management and governance of these companies limits the reporting and loss of funds to sometimes acquisition of those particular properties. Number two, Mr. Speaker, in the aspect of some of these companies in their previous management or governance, particularly in one in the audit report of 2019, which the Honorable Chairman ran us through, companies that had previously borrowed loans for purposes of running their affairs in the course of transition have failed to be properly audited and disclosed, have led to areas of pilferages of public resources. And in terms of the recommendations that they have made, if only most of these companies in their respective counties comply with implementation of those recommendations, we will end up getting the appropriate management style that will lead to support of the companies and also service provision to the public. Mr. Speaker, particular interest which I've picked from the report of the year 2019, 2020, and 2021 are continuous unresolved queries which have been raised. You find, Mr. Speaker, that in the year 2019, a concern has been raised with regards to, for example, inherited loans or inherited unremitted funds which have been deducted from employees for purposes of remitting as statutory deductions. That has gone from 2019, 2020, and 2021 as per this particular report. For instance, in the county of Bomet, the unremitted deductions for the period 2019 to the staff pension lab trust fund was at 12 million in 2019, 19 million in 2020, and 30 million in 2021. That tells you, Mr. Speaker, that despite the recommendations that have come from the Auditor General in directing the management of such companies, the county governments, because of their poor governance structure, have failed to commit to such recommendations, and the consequences of which is continued ballooning of those unremitted and collected deductions from the management of the staff salaries. Another very important and key note that we've picked from this report, Mr. Speaker, is non-revenue water. You notice that out of all these reports, the rate at which the companies have lost on this non-revenue water is because of either unmetering of the water or even an intentional decision that the management of those companies take to get an avenue for corruption. Mr. Speaker, the regulations allows up to 25% losses. In these reports, Mr. Speaker, for the 3 financial years, I have noticed that in Bomet County, for instance, in 2019, the losses where we produce over 4.6 million cubic meters, we can only account for 2.1 million cubic meters. We have a loss of 53%.
Senator Sigay, when we resume this debate, you will have a remaining time of 14 minutes. Honorable Senators, it is now 1 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until later today, Wednesday, 23rd October 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
is for my special one. On a special day. My only one. I've been waiting for this moment and now it's here. Now it's here, yeah. Mine, oh mine. I've been waiting to take you home and now we're here. And my promise to you, baby. My love for you, baby. My love, yeah. My love for you. Yeah, yeah. Many conditions. My love for you. Many conditions. My love for you. My love for you. Yeah, yeah. I'll never leave you, baby. I will never. I will never leave you, baby. I will never. I love you. You're the one I want for me. No matter the economy. I could die for you, baby. I could be with you, I could fight for you. Anytime, any day, anywhere. I choose you for life, no doubt. My love for you. My love for you. No competition. Oh, baby. My love for you. My love for you. Go be no competition. Oh, no competition. No competition. My love for you. My love for you. Yeah, yeah. I'll never leave you, baby. I will never. I will never leave you, baby. I will never. Baby, now I can wait. We start at home, me and you. And our babies that look like us. It's such a beauty to fall in love. What a beauty to find you, babe. And I promise my love for you, baby. My love, yeah. My love for you. My love, yeah. Many conditions. My love for you. Many conditions. My love for you. My love for you. Yeah, yeah. I'll never leave you, baby. I will never. I will never leave you, baby. I will never. I love you.
Psalms 118, verses 14. Psalms Psalms 118 verses 14 says, I'm reading New King James Version, the Lord is my strength and my song, and he has become my salvation. I will repeat it again. The Lord is my strength and my song, and has become my salvation. Can we confess that? Let's say, the Lord is my strength. Somebody say, and my song, and has become my salvation. Now let us do it in a better way. The Lord is my strength and my song, and has become my strength. Praise the name of the Lord. Let's also read Psalms 40 from verses 1. I waited patiently for the Lord, and he...
We should also look at inward. We should look inward. Like the way Donald Trump is saying, let's make America great. And you remember, he denied business to China at the expense of America. So I want to encourage the House, let us protect our local sugar factories. That issue of sugar development levy fund, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to zero rate, but out of the wisdom, we did decide to introduce at least the minimum taxes, Mr. Speaker. And I hope the manufacturers or the importers of industrial sugar will not transfer that weight to the consumers of confectionaries and mothers. Mr. Speaker, looking at this is the best we could do. I hope by the end of this year, the His Excellency the President should assent. I call upon my Greece, let us agree. Our sugarcane farmers are waiting. The one for coffee will come. The one for milk will come. The one for tea will come, Mr. Speaker. Let us assist our farmers. Our farmers are waiting. The sugarcane farmers, this is their redemption, Mr. Speaker. This is the right time to do these sugar sector reforms for the benefit, Mr. Speaker, and kill this animal called AFA. We need to have our own directorate of sugar. The AFA one has killed most of the crops, so that even coffee, they can have their own directorate, sugar can have their own directorate. We have T-Board, Kenya T-Board Authority. We now have many under, Mr. Speaker, even the one in Coast, nuts, even the mang bills and many others, Mr. Speaker, so that farmers can be handled as best as their crop. Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, allow me to say to support this mediated version of the bill and call upon colleagues to support so that we can expeditiously be dispensed off with and allow farmers to go back to the business of tilling and ensuring that we have enough sugar, Mr. Speaker, so that sugar is very critical. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm so used to sugar nowadays. You know, there are sugar barons, there are sugar daddies, there are sugar mummies, and that is life. With any remarks, I support, Mr. Speaker.
It's Senator Sifuna.
Sugar Senator.
Honorable Speaker, I really didn't want to interrupt the Senator Fernandi, but I didn't quite get what he said about how the committee dealt with my amendment, because when I read the report at page 10, it says the committee unanimously rejected the proposal to exempt industrial sugar from the sugar development levy, saying that there is no justification to exempt only imported industrial sugar from paying the sugar development levy, while all other imported sugar is subjected to the levy. Honorable Speaker, honestly, I have to express my disappointment with the mediation committee, because I am in the unique position where I am the senator of the city of Nairobi, but I'm also a sugarcane farmer. That unique position allows me to have perspective of the various interests that we were trying to protect, unlike my colleagues from upcountry, whose my view and very respectfully submit to the perspective of the farmer and the local sugar industries. Honorable Speaker, I took time to have a meeting with the mediation committee, at least our representatives from the Senate. The people who are members of this mediation committee are people that are known personally to me. I consider them my friends. The Honorable Peter Masara, who will be hosting me as his SG in his constituency on Saturday, Honorable Speaker. Senator Richard Onyonka, the Honorable Walter Awino, Member of Parliament for Awendo, is a personal friend. And of course, my mother's Member of Parliament, the Honorable John Makali, Member of Parliament for Kandui constituency. Honorable Speaker, I have even more friends on this committee, including the Member of Parliament for Lugari, the Honorable Nabi Nabwera, who I know is very passionate about these things. What I try to persuade them, Honorable Speaker, to see is that there has to be a distinction in the way in which we treat imported regular table sugar and imported industrial sugar. When we are talking about protecting our farmers, the threat is not caused or does not originate from industrial sugar. In fact, Honorable Speaker, it is foolhardy to say that you're protecting locals when you apply this levy to industrial sugar, knowing very well that in Kenya today, there is no single industry that produces white industrial sugar. So I was hoping that a distinction would be made because, Honorable Speaker, as a senator for Nairobi, the industries that we are talking about account for 60% of all employment of the people of Nairobi. These are big stakeholders for city senators such as myself. If there is no local production of a commodity, you cannot claim to protect local industry when that local industry does not exist. In fact, I pleaded with the mediation committee that they even allow a time frame, like it can be a sunset clause that immediately the country is able to produce or to have capacity to produce white industrial sugar, then maybe we can introduce this levy. Honorable Speaker, this white industrial sugar, the reason why I was seeking that exemption is that it is used in just about everything that we consume here in Nairobi and across the country. It is used in baked goods, confectionaries, that is sweets, juices, sodas, and beer, Honorable Speaker. And over the period of time that we have seen, although the Senator for Nandi was pleading that the industry should not pass this cost, I can assure you that no manufacturer is going to take this cost upon themselves. You are going to see a rise in the cost of these basic commodities that I thought we would try and cushion Kenyans, especially because, Honorable Speaker, we are still discussing the high cost of living. There has to be that balance. And when I appeared before the members of the Senate who are members of this committee, I thought that I had provided that justification, that we needed that exemption just to protect industry. I am also aware that if you look at both manifestos of the Azimio coalition and the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza government, we leaned heavy on industrialization, that it was a desire.
Welcome to QNet's world of new beginnings, where every sunrise is a promise of our commitment to you, your health, your dreams, your planet, and your community.
Whereas I supported wholeheartedly the sugar bill, especially from the perspective of the farmer, I had hoped that at least on this particular single issue, the committee would have accommodated the manufacturers as well, so that as we encourage and develop our capacity to produce this commodity locally, then there is really no need for us to lump this together. I had a conversation, Honorable Speaker, with the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, who's my neighbor up country, and also a friend, and was a chair of this committee. And his explanation is that there have been instances within the industry where people actually import regular sugar under the guise of industrial sugar. And my argument to him then was that, yes, in just about every endeavor in this country, there are people who will try to be clever and circumvent rules and so on and so forth, but it should not be a cause to mete out punishment on the entire industry. So let it be what it is. I am hoping that the members of the committee who have not spoken will be a little bit clearer than the senator of Nandi was saying the committee was proposing to do with industrial sugar in light of the matters that I have raised, Honorable Speaker. I don't know if he meant that when the next finance bill is brought up, that there will be an exemption, or that I really didn't get the reasoning of the committee, and I'm hoping that somebody will clear that up for me. Other than that, Honorable Speaker, I am in full support of all the other amendments, because these are proposals that we supported here on the floor during debate on the actual bill, and I'm hoping that it will now go to assuage the situation on the ground. I can also confirm, Honorable Speaker, that the roads, especially around my rural home, are in a terrible state, Honorable Speaker, and we're hoping that once this levy, now that you have decided that you must take it, Honorable Senator Cherargei, we will be seeing an improvement in the county roads because they will be having resources to be able to repair and maintain these roads. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I thank you and I support.
Senator Issa.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa hii na mimi niweze kuchangia. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi kama seneta wa jimbo la kaunti ya Kwale, kwa niaba ya watu wa Kwale, mimi naunga mkono hii sugar bill, kwa sababu hii bill, kusema la kweli, kama sasa kule kwetu Ramisi kuna matatizo mengi sana, hasa kwenye kile kiwanda cha Ramisi hivi sasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi karibuni tulikuwa na tatizo kwamba wafanyikazi katika lile kiwanda waligoma kwa sababu usimamizi mbaya wa kile kiwanda. Wafanyikazi wana karibu miezi 5, miezi 6 hawajapata mishahara. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii bill inapokuisha sawa sawa, regulation nyingi ambazo katika nchi hii zitaweza kusimamiwa vizuri, kwa sababu kuna watu wengine wanaleta sukari ndani ya nchi kutoka nchi za nje, sukari za rahisi sana, ambapo sukari zetu katika nchi yetu ya Kenya huwa hazina bei, hazina thamani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama alivyosema seneta wa Cherargei, mimi namunga mkono. Seneta Sifuna alivyozungumza, namunga mkono kwa yale marekebisho ambayo atakafanyika. Na hii sekta sukari, Mheshimiwa Spika, tuna shida nyingi sana, especially kama kule sehemu ya Kwale hivi sasa. Hata juzi karibuni pia nilisema katika mkutano, kama huyu mwekezaji wa sukari ameshindwa na hichi kiwanda, basi kulie mwekezaji mwingine ambaye ataweza kuendesha kile kiwanda, wananchi wapate manufaa. Kwa sababu sasa hii kile unavyosikia, baada ya miezi 2, miezi 3 unasikia kuna mgomo, ni kwa sababu ya usimamizi mbaya. Kwa hivyo hii bili mimi naunga mkono sana, kisha sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa haya machache, asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Eddie.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute a report on the sugar bill. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I indeed sought, a quorum problem so that I could be able to ensure that many people, as many senators as possible, can be able to contribute on this bill today. Because I think it's the most important bill that you can support this year, Mr. Speaker. I think that in every home here, Mr. Speaker, there is a cup of tea waiting for people in the morning or in the evening. Whether you're taking your tea with milk, like my friend, Senator Redama Olekina, who cannot do his tea without milk, or whether you like just strong tea, like my friend, Senator Arun Cheriot, who is trying to keep up good weight to play for us in Yala. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you want to try and have some sugar in it. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the development of the sugarcane industry is a very, very important one. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why I want to support this report in the form that it is in right now, Mr. Speaker, is because there are a number of clauses that have really, really impressed me in the different sections of the bills that the bill that has come as mediated, Mr. Speaker, and particularly because for the first time, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing a bill that in the sugarcane industry is actually farmer-centric, that is trying to solve as many problems of the farmer as possible, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first
thought that I had today was to actually celebrate the bill in general with my friend Martin Dima. Martin Dima is the current MD of Sony Sugar, which is a signature industry in the part of the region where I come from. And Sony Sugar is one of the iconic sugar industries and millers that have given a lot of hope to our people in Migori County and in the larger southern Nyanza region. And I think that this will also be celebrated by Jared Kopio, Mr. Speaker, who is the chairperson of the same industry, given the challenges that farmers in Migori County have faced, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also must pride in the fact that Section 3 and Section 4, Mr. Speaker, of this bill seek to rethink the entire Kenya Sugar Board. Mr. Speaker, perhaps I should also share with you that one of the longest-serving Kenya Sugar Board directors who used to represent farmers and then rose very quickly to be a chairman of the board used to be the former governor of Migori County, Governor Okoth Obado. And during this time in the Kenya Sugar Board, to be able to establish private millers, particularly the private millers in Homa Bay, that is Ndiwa, the Sukari industry, as well as in the Transmara region, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why I celebrate this section of the bill is because by rethinking this Kenya Sugar Board, Mr. Speaker, there is a very keen and deliberate effort by the two committees, the committees from the Senate and the committee from the National Assembly, to try and make Kenya Sugar Board be able to make sugar industry commercially viable. Why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? Because for the first time, we are seeing the regulation, development, and promotion of the industry being a function of a board. Number two, Mr. Speaker, we have seen a proposal that this board is also going to coordinate the activities of the value chain actors in the industry. There is nothing that can make the sugar industry as economically and commercially viable as being able to coordinate the activities of value chain actors, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes these value chain actors, for instance, if we think about the jaggery millers, Mr. Speaker, when left to no regulation, to no development, to no promotion, Mr. Speaker, then they cannot be able to make a sense of commercial viability of running good industries. This sugar board also is going to make sure that it facilitates equitable access to benefits to farmers from government. And I'll elaborate on that when I look at some of the proposals in terms of benefit that will come from government to the farmers and as well as the millers, Mr. Speaker. I'm also seeing, Mr. Speaker, that this bill under Section 4 establishes one role of the Kenya Sugar Board as establishing linkages with government agencies and research institutions. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing a Kenya Sugar Board proposed to be able to enable farmers to do scientific approach to cane farming, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm also seeing that the board will be able to monitor any distortion in the sugar market. I know my brother, Senator Sifuna, was very keen on the levy that he was talking about, the importation of refined sugar. Importation can cause a lot of distortion in the market, and we see that Kenya Sugar Board can be able to regulate that, Mr. Speaker. The most juicy part of this, Mr. Speaker, is that for the first time, Kenya Sugar Research and Training Institute, under Section 28, 2AB, where Kenya Sugar Research and Training Institute will play an advisory role to the Kenya Sugar Board, Mr. Speaker. We remember that the defunct Kenya Sugar Board, Mr. Speaker, did not have proper scientific basis of being able to develop the industry, Mr. Speaker. I also celebrate the fact that the board has been mandated under Section 33, Mr. Speaker, to establish sugar industry inspectors. Mr. Speaker, this is wonderful. Because if you think about some of the bedeviling problems in the sugar industry that are affecting farmers, Mr. Speaker, is the disconnect between the Kenya Sugar Board and farmers' plight at the inspection level of the entire value chain. For instance, Mr. Speaker, this bill establishes the crop inspector. What kind of sugarcane what kind of seed cane should a farmer be able to plant? Number two, Mr. Speaker, there is an establishment of factory inspector, Mr. Speaker. One of the problems that farmers face in places like Migori and the southern Nyanza region is that you harvest your cane, take it to the factory, and then when you get to the factory, you are hoping that your cane is weighing so well. Then at the factory, there is weighing machines that have already been doctored in a way that you cannot be able to make the best out of your sugar cane. So, Mr. Speaker, a factory inspector should be able to deal with the problem of farmers in terms of weighing to make sure that they're getting proper payment for their cane, Mr. Speaker. There's also warehouse and transportation inspector, Mr. Speaker, has been established under Section 33. And, Mr. Speaker, this is also fantastic because one of the biggest problems that the sugarcane growers are facing is the fact that things like tractors, Mr. Speaker, have caused a lot of accidents in regions where sugarcane farmers are coming from because there's no inspector to look at the entire warehouse and transportation chain for sugarcane growers, Mr. Speaker, such that sometimes Muhoroni, you will find that at night when people are traveling, Mr. Speaker, you find tractors that have been left by different millers on the road because they are in pathetic condition, and therefore, Mr. Speaker. So it is wonderful that we are going to have an inspector who can be able to look at that entire chain. Close to this is Section 38 of this bill, Mr. Speaker, sugarcane development levy, that is tied together with Section 39 that end up establishing the sugarcane development fund. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, this fund used to be in the defunct sugarcane board, but it was not broadened enough to be able to help the plight of farmers. And Mr. Speaker, this one establishes some ways of being able to support farmers when they have planted their sugarcane and they've got contract with millers. And after that, Mr. Speaker, you can be able to benefit in different ways. For instance, Mr. Speaker, I would be happy are able to get funds in terms of bonuses and loans from different millers where this levy or rather this sugarcane development levy and sugarcane development fund can be able to some bonuses and loans. If you think about it, Mr. Speaker, some of for farmers is that sugarcane can take up to 18 months to mature. Between that time, the farmer will have spent so much time in the farm, yet, Mr. Speaker, they have got medical problems that sometimes need a lot of money, and sometimes it's so difficult for them to get loans in traditional banks or any other source of financing. If this fund is made to function, Mr. Speaker, they can now go to their millers to be able to take their kids to school as they wait for harvesting, so that at the end of the day when they harvest, they can be able to pay back when they're cut in the price and cost of, in the price and benefit they will get once they sell their sugarcane, Mr. Speaker. There is also a very important function that this will help with, which is what I've seen in Migori County, particularly in Awendo areas and Rapogi areas, where farmers sometimes are forced and harvest them, then sell them to jaggery millers, Mr. Speaker, because they don't have money. That will allow farmers, this fund will now allow farmers to wait until their sugarcane mature well and be able to give them the best returns. And Mr. Speaker, lastly on this sugar development fund, Mr. Speaker, the hardest part of sugarcane is developing seed cane. Currently in the sugar industry, Mr. Speaker, seed cane is being developed by Calro. And you know that Calro is taxed with many other seed development, Mr. Speaker. We don't have an industry-specific function in terms of helping with seed cane development, Mr. Speaker. This fund, combined with Section 8 and 27, that establishes Kenya Sugar Research and Training Institute, will enable for the first time the sugar industry to be able to develop seed cane for farmers that will be able to make farmers have the best seeds possible. So this is a very laudable section of this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I think that one of the areas that regulations that will be furthered from this bill should look at is the problem of leasing in a more broad way to combine with this idea of the Sugar Development Fund. Because, Mr. Speaker, the idea of forcing millers to lease their milling, their milling facilities, Mr. Speaker, is because there's a number of problems that do come about when there's no proper management, Mr. Speaker. And I think that this fund will help us solve that problem. Because, Mr. Speaker, for you to have a good miller, they use what we call efficiency ratio, Mr. Speaker. The efficiency ratio, Mr. Speaker, is whereby if you put 10 tons of canes and try to crush it as a miller, Mr. Speaker, you must be able to get 1 ton of sugar, Mr. Speaker. That's not a management problem. That's an efficiency problem, Mr. Speaker, that you should not force millers to lease their facilities just because of a management problem, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, another problem that is facing millers with regards to these leasing problems is the issue of pricing. Because the issue of pricing, Mr. Speaker, has always been left to importation distortion of sugar, Mr. Speaker. But the good thing about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that for the first time, it has established sugar research and training to help us think about technologies that can be able to think about sucrose content of cane, Mr. Speaker. I think that if this bill goes through, Mr. Speaker, going forward, the sugar industry should not use importation and price of sugar as the price of cane, but should use sucrose content as the tool for being able to price cane for farmers, Mr. Speaker. If you are a farmer from one farm and have got good sucrose content, Mr. Speaker, you should be able to earn more than a farmer who has got less sucrose content, Mr. Speaker. This will deal with the duality problem of the leasing problem because of inefficiency of sugarcane industries, and also, Mr. Speaker, it will help to deal with the general issue of pricing of the cane, the cane prices for farmers, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to laud the fact that this bill has also been able to propose, say, a tribunal to deal with disputes in the industry, Mr. Speaker, the sugarcane industry, Mr. Speaker, under Section 44. Mr. Speaker, the number of disputes that we are seeing in the sugarcane industry, Mr. Speaker, are so many that cannot be left to only functions of other places like courts to deal with, Mr. Speaker. So establishing this tribunal will be able to help farmers where they have got problems with farmers, farmers where they have got problems with millers, millers where they have got problems with millers, Mr. Speaker. Currently, Mr. Speaker, you would know that the issue of disputes is generally being dealt with by Agriculture and Food Authority, Mr. Speaker. But the problem with Agriculture and Food Authority, Mr. Speaker, is that it doesn't have any teeth to bite, Mr. Speaker. But the way this tribunal is structured, Mr. Speaker, it will be able to deal with any overarching issues that might need a tribunal to bite. For instance, Mr. Speaker, the issue of poaching, major issue, whether you are within the zones that have been prescribed here or without the zones, Mr. Speaker. You'll find that a farmer has entered a contract with one miller, and after entering a contract with one miller, because of pressure of finances, they end up selling their cane to a different miller who they are not within their outgrower schemes, Mr. Speaker. This tribunal will be able to deal with those kind of sugarcane poaching and discipline millers so that millers can be able to develop their own outgrower schemes and make sure that there is sanity for a free market economy in the sugar industry. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is a very good bill, and also a very good report that I want to appreciate all the members of that committee that came up with this report, and I hope that we'll fast track the passing of this bill so that the sugarcane farmers in the country can be able to benefit from such a wonderful piece of legislation. Therefore, I support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to really thank you for giving me a chance to also make my comments on this mediated version of the sugar bill. Mr. Speaker, may I congratulate the mediation committee for the wonderful work they have done. Mr. Speaker, this bill has come through both houses. We had our own disagreements, and now we have a version which we can work with. Mr. Speaker, I know that still the Senator of Nairobi has raised another issue there, which was not accommodated in the mediated version, but I still believe that he supported, as I listened, the rest of the clauses that were agreed upon. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, we'll need also to find a way to deal with a situation where some really important issues are left out. But on the whole, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very good beginning towards implementation of the sugar bill. And we will not debate the sugar bill afresh, but support the recommendations of this report. And Mr. Speaker, one of the most critical, in fact, the only issue I would like to, because I've debated this bill before, but the one thing that I loved in this mediated observation in chapter 3, it said, having considered and they named that sugar bill, the committee observed a number of counties, and they said Central covers these counties, Southern covers these counties, and they go on. Lower Western covers Mumias, Busia, Siaya, and so on. And then they go to coastal area, the sugar catchment coastal area, that Kwale, Tana River, and Lamu counties. The committee observed will be used for election of representatives of growers in the Kenya Sugar Board. Because, Mr. Speaker, if this wasn't done, the committee said there is a possibility that counties with many growers may get slots in the board perpetually. So, Mr. Speaker, what was the committee's recommendation was that, having observed the above recommendation, they said that the cabinet secretary should put in place regulations, bill, providing that the board positions will be rotational among the different counties in the catchment. Each county gets a chance to be represented in the sugar board. Mr. Speaker, what is telling the country is that now in the sugar board, there will be opportunity for as much, but also produce sugar. Counties like Kwale, Tana River, counties like Lamu, they produce sugar. But, Mr. Speaker, every time the question of sugar is discussed, it's like the coast sugar catchment area is not considered. It's like we are non-existent, and yet we do. Mr. Speaker, in Tana River County in Tana Delta, when they did the first tests, they found that we are able to do 2 crops of sugar in climatic conditions, which kind of sucrose content that our sugarcane produces is high quality, Mr. Speaker. Our conditions are similar to the ones in Mauritius, and everybody knows that one of the countries that produces extremely good quality sugar is Mauritius. In fact, its economy, action, and clothing and tourism. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that this particular report recognizes that the coastal region is also a producer of sugarcane, and in fact it is deserving of a position on the board, the sugar board, so that the principle of rotation is one that is giving us a voice at the highest level, Mr. Speaker, of sugarcane planning, management of the industry. And Mr. Speaker, this is important because the needs of sugarcane farmers in Kwale, in Tana River, in Lamu, is totally needs of the sugarcane farmers in the other sugarcane catchment areas. And it's important, Mr. Speaker, for our voices to be heard at the highest level. This has not been happening in the past. And I am very happy that this mediated version of the sugar bill is inclusive of this rotational principle. Mr. Speaker, those who may not be familiar with the rotational principle, maybe I need to also give it a bit of background, because in the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we used to have universal suffrage for the election of the Speaker, whom we call Pan-African Parliament President. And we used to have, like, anybody can stand. But what happened, Mr. Speaker? West African countries in this continent of are small states. You find Togo, you find another small state there, you find another, and all these have a seat similar to other states. And the principle of parity, Mr. Speaker, demands that every state has a vote. They just bunch up together, and small countries by size and also by population, they are able to retain that seat part of the continent of Africa. So what did we do? The African Union intervened and said we must have a rotational principle. And this rotational principle operates like this. We divide the African continent into 5 northern regions. We have the southern region, the eastern region, the central region, and the western region. So if the leadership has emerged from one area, then you are not eligible to produce position. It has to go to the other area and the other area and the other area until we come back to you. And this, Mr. Speaker, has allowed some sense of fairness. So, Mr. Speaker, see that this rotational principle is being applied to elections so that when the sugar catchment area of the coast, meaning Kwale, Tana River, and Lamu, will be producing a person to sit at the highest level of decision-making for the sugar board. And this will affect all the farmers, and this will cause all our voices to be heard at the highest level. So, Mr. Speaker, there are many reasons to support this mediated version of the sugar bill. But for me, Mr. Speaker, I think there is structuring of the management, the allowance of the voice of the people from the coast to be heard at the highest level.
And in particular, in my case, the Ndewa Sukari industry, into some of the best practices that we'll want them to have. And where, Honorable Speaker, accidents have occurred, which of course we want to be avoided, Honorable Speaker, we would like a situation where the industry would be able to compensate where life and property has been lost. That is not aspect of the inspectors that, Speaker, is that the inspectors will be looking at that laws and regulations are adhered to. One of the key regulations that I would like the industry in my sub-county to be keen on is the planning laws, the physical planning laws, that there must be usage for different spaces. Here, Honorable Speaker, I'm talking about the idea of sukari industry and other industries in particular, being very cognizant that there are planning laws in this country. Honorable Speaker, amongst the aspects that I would like the inspectors to be very firm on is the issue of environmental issues surrounding the industry. Coming back to my constituency, Honorable Speaker, I've had issues of environmental nature where waste is thrown by sukari industry that endangers the lives of our people. Honorable Speaker, when I make this example, I'm making an example that is specific, but this example must be spread out to all the sugarcane industry. And I particularly, because of my interest to get into the farming of sugarcane, but when it came to now harvesting, and with all the investment the lady, the lady had put into her farms, when finally her farm was harvested, there was nothing she could show for it. And that brings me to the issue of taxation, Honorable Speaker. Are we encouraging our farmers to sweat, to farm, to take their time, and at the end of it, get nothing for it? We want a situation where the sugar industry is streamlined. And when our farmers get into sugarcane farming, they are able to get something from their sweat, they are able to get returns, they are able to take their children to school, they are able to put food on the table, they are able to have money in their pockets, and they will be able to be an empowered society. Is that the research department that will be serving this sector should be strengthened. Honorable Speaker, we know that there are species of seeds that grow faster and have major benefits to the farmers. As I support this, I want to encourage Ndewa Sukari industry to keep to the ideals of the late Joshua Roa Jode, to keep to the ideals of the community, of Ndewa community, to keep to the ideals of all we fought for, and let our farmers benefit from their sweat. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Andrew.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this very important bill. Because as you know, in the world, you have two types of barons. You have sugar barons and you have drug barons. And both are areas that control a lot of money. The sugar industry has a lot of money, and if well managed and well harnessed, it's an area that will greatly benefit the people of Kenya. So I'm very happy that this bill has come, and I support it. And the very first issue for me is that it's breaking away from AFA. AFA, the agricultural whatever, food, whatever, that put everything under food under one umbrella body, was a bad idea that has seen the damage not just of sugar, but many other crops that had been put under AFA. So, for me, if there's anything, the fact that sugar is going to be a standalone so that its issues can be addressed as standalone issues is, for me, the most important gain we are getting here. Once that division, that separation is done, there's still a lot of work needs to be done on this bill. But that will come at that time. I'm also happy that the bill has moved to zoning, whereby farmers were sort of harnessed or tied to a miller. And the miller sort of turned the farmers into tenants on their own land. We have gone into catchment areas where several millers are clustered in an area, and so they can compete among themselves, and the farmers can contract with either and can still have their freedom to engage. So I think the development of catchment areas is a development in the right direction. But I'd like us to develop much further and see strong emerge in the sugar industry, whereby the farmers can then organize themselves into cooperatives, be able to borrow money directly or to be funded directly, be able to invest in inputs, and then be able to reap the maximum output from their labor. The other thing is maturity of cane. There's need for very, very proper education of our farmers, because some people think that when they wait for 18 months, it's too long, and yet the ideal time for the crop, the kind of crop that is grown in Western, the ideal time for maturity is 20 months. I've seen studies which show that in the last 4 months, from the 16th month to the 20th month, the crop almost doubles, both in size and in terms of the sucrose content. And therefore, both the miller and the farmer benefit. So there's need to have mechanisms that can enable or cushion the farmer from the pressures of having to harvest their cane early, maybe a reseating system or something like that, whereby the farmer can then deal with the immediate cash issues as the crop matures, and then it is harvested at an opportune time. There's also the issue of the contracts that millers sometimes enter with farmers. And these contracts have resulted in sometimes the farmer incurring a lot of losses. The contract seems to develop to protect the miller more than it does the farmer, so that when the cane is damaged in any way, the miller seems to walk away free. For example, there are some contracts that say when the cane is planted and it is standing on the land, the cane belongs to the factory. When the cane is cut, it reverts to the farmer, and between the time when it is cut to the time when it's delivered, any losses suffered there around are borne by the farmer, and that to me is not acceptable. And when the cane enters the factory, it reverts. To look at those kind of contracts that seem to disadvantage the farmer, so that there can be proper gain on the part of the farmer, and as well as the miller benefits. I've also looked at the establishment of the Sugar Tribunal. That's a very, very good development. Unfortunately, it's established as a part-time tribunal. I don't know what informed that, because what I know, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that there are a lot of issues in the sugar industry that you would require a full-time tribunal, not a standalone. There's also this issue, and I look at it, that the tribunal will be, the chairman will be appointed by the Chief Justice. They don't qualify whether it will be competitive or not, but the members will be competitively recruited. I hope that in the regulations, under which the minister is, together with the Council of Governors, are empowered to make at Section 60, will be utilized to seal those loopholes so that the recruitment is competitive. But I'm very happy, as somebody who has been litigating the question of these tribunals, which are subordinate courts. There's been a habit of having them under the executive, so that the president could appoint the chairman, and then the minister appoints the members, and then you find you go before this tribunal and it's appointed by the executive, and you just end up fighting the executive in its own court. So I've been litigating, and I'm very happy to see that the orders I got in the court saying that the tribunals must be under the judiciary, under the Judicial Service Commission, under the Chief Justice, is being implemented in this act, whereby now the Sugar Tribunal is an independent tribunal, independent of the executive, appointed by the judiciary. And so when the parties go there, be it the executive or the private members of the public, they will appear before an independent tribunal which can dispense justice. I've also noticed that the tribunal will be funded from the judiciary fund. And as you and me know, Mr. Speaker, the judiciary fund has not been activated. And maybe this is a wake-up call to the Parliament, especially the National Assembly, to implement the judiciary fund, which is in the Constitution, so that this tribunal can be funded. Otherwise, we might run into headwinds whereby this tribunal does not get funding. My sister, Senator Gola, raised the issue of taxes. There are too many taxes on the sugar crop. We'd pray that the same be reduced and sugar crop be considered a food crop. Why it is classified just like some cash crop with no food value is what I don't understand. And yet most of the sugar ends up on our tables. There are matters of environmental issues have not been addressed in this bill. One of the biggest problems of sugar farming has been the destruction of water catchment areas. Where I come from, Mr. Speaker, sir, massive swamps that used to hold water and absorb the rainfall and keep water available to the people throughout the year have been drained. And dried out so that people can grow sugarcane. Those environmental issues will need to be looked into after we have passed this bill, so that the farming of sugar is not destructive to the environment. And there should be restrictions of where you can farm sugarcane and where you cannot farm sugarcane. Because if we destroy our water catchment areas, we are simply stoking disaster. And if you realize water catchment areas in the Constitution and Article 62 are defined as public land that belongs to the national government. I think 62G. So 62G defines water catchment areas and water catchment and sugar active to wetlands in the manner it has been farmed. If we must grow sugarcane, maybe there will be need for research so that we can have cane which can grow in these wetlands without having to drain the wetlands dry so that the cane can grow. So, Mr. Speaker, there has been the issue of transport, whereby it is true very many accidents occur because if you are familiar with the tractors usually have very narrow heads. So the headlamps are almost next to each other. And at night it looks like it's one headlamp, which is basically associated with motorcycles. And that has resulted in many accidents whereby all of a sudden you realize there's a huge trailer behind the tractor which is coming. So I would be praying that in the regulations, when the minister and the governors make the regulations, get a way of insisting that these tractors that transport cane are fitted with strobe lights. A strobe light is like the kind of thing you see on the police vehicle which flashes when the light rotates. So if strobe lights can be a requirement for the tractors, I think that will help avert the many accidents that occur because people assume they are going to meet a two-wheeler, but they end up meeting a huge truck. Mr. Speaker, sir, sugarcane has a major problem in this country, the dumping of sugar in this country. The dumping of sugar in this country, I don't see any serious sanctions against the dumping of cheap sugar that has destroyed the country. And maybe as we go forward, this will be among the issues that have to be addressed so that whoever dumps sugar in this country will face their consequences. Also, they will know that some sugar factories are simply created for the purpose of packaging dumped sugar. They will find they hardly have an acre of own cane. They don't have how to grow farmers, but their sugar is all over on the shelves. This kind of factories, Mr. Speaker, sir, need to be looked into. And they need to be addressed so that they do not become conduits of simply dumping sugar on the population. And, Mr. Speaker, you have the question of that come out of cane. Our sugar industry has been held back due to the fact that basically the only product we go for is sugar and ethanol, and we dump everything else. So the raw materials that are possible to be extracted from the sugar cane are hardly extracted fully. And the farmer needs to benefit from all those byproducts that can be made. So we need to look at new technologies and encourage new technologies to come up so that this can happen. There was the issue of current factories, which run mainly obsolete. They run mainly obsolete machinery. Mr. Speaker, sir, there might be a need to create a window of opportunity which can allow our sugar factories to modernize and maybe then create a mechanism through the regulations of enforcing those kind of requirements so that efficiencies are realized. We don't run basically elaborated sugar jaggeries and call them sugar factories, which basically waste a lot of most of the crop. I also want to contribute to the question of taxation in the sugar industry. I want to repeat that and reiterate that. Take seriously the question of how much imposed within the industry. We are going to kill this industry by the name of taxing them. There are very, very many taxes that are imposed on the sugar crop, on the inputs, on the outputs, and all these things go up to frustrate both the miller and the farmer. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have had, before this bill came up, we have had the issue of outgrower companies. There's need to relook at these outgrower companies to find out whether they are viable vehicles or not, and if they are viable, how they should be handled. There's need to look at the assets that these outgrower companies had. For example, when you go to my county in Busia, we have the Busia Outgrowers Company, which had assets, and when Mumias folded, because they were basically tied by the umbilical cord to Mumias Sugar Company, when Mumias Sugar Company went under, Busia Outgrower Company, or called Boko, also went under. Of late, I've seen that the new Mumias has been releasing assets of Boko to an unknown entity. Some tractors have been released. If you go to Busiana, you'll find some tractors which are of Boko on the trailers and Boko on the tractor. But we don't know what kind of arrangement there is. So with this sugar board coming in, it will be very easy to be able to follow up the issues of issues similar to those ones, to ensure that the bona fides of the people who are put in charge of these public assets are not in doubt. Also that the assets of these private bodies are not lost. There is a question of the levies that come in the sugar, that come through the sugar taxes or the sugar levy. These are ring-fenced, and some of them go into development of roads and stuff like that. There's need to ring-fence them and ensure that these things are kept away from organizations that do not have really a good track record of building roads like Kera, and maybe mechanisms that are properly articulated in the regulations are utilized to make sure that the funds get to the farmer. If it's for roads, they go to and they build the roads. The question of cess, collections from cess, need to be stressed and made clear. And so the real work in this sugar bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, lies in the regulations. And I will be urging the governors who come from the sugar belt and the other areas that are going to be affected by this act to begin banning the midnight tunes that are made under Section 60, really breathe life to this act and seal all the loopholes that are still standing to ensure that the intention of Parliament when enacting this act, that the sugarcane growers may thrive in the Republic of Kenya, are realized. Otherwise, we are not going to get very far. So I support this bill, and I implore on my brothers and sisters in this August House to also put their weight behind this bill. If there's anything we're uncomfortable with in this bill, please let us hold our fire. At least we detach the sugar industry from AFA. If we achieve that, we can always come back with amendment bills to fix whatever we are not comfortable with. But we don't throw the baby away with the bathwater. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill, and thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you, Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying that I support the mediated version of the sugar bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a country that depends entirely on agriculture. And Senator Mungatana was right to say that in countries where people care about any industry, they invest heavily and they lead. And I'm glad that he mentioned Mauritius. In Narok County, Mr. Speaker, Narok County has been zoned, or rather it has been termed as the southern catchment area, together with Migori, Homa Bay, Kisii. This mediated version of the bill is that this area is now going to be referred to as a catchment area. It is imperative that we demystify this bill so that farmers out there can be able to understand what it is that we are talking about. There have been a lot of competition in terms of the industry players, the milling companies. When they come in, they invest a lot of resources, they fund the farmers, the outgrowers, and immediately the outgrowers, the crop has already grown, someone comes and poaches that cane, and take it into another region. I'm glad that that issue of poaching of cane, or rather the corruption that existed in the industry, both between the farmers and the millers, has now been dealt with accordingly. It is important for the farmers out there to note that the mediated version of this bill now makes it illegal for you to sell your cane to another area when you have a contract with a milling plant. And I want to go as basic as possible. And I'll use examples of milling plants that exist in my county of Narok. If you have a contract with Transmara Sugar Company, and the Transmara Sugar Company has given you money to buy the seeds, the seedling, to buy the fertilizer. They have given you money to pay for the workers, the labor. They expect to be able to get a good crop so that they can be able to take out their expenses when they're buying that cane from you. Then you share the profit. You take the profit and they get their expenses out, and as well as getting the product. It is important for you to know that you cannot sell that sugar cane or that cane to any other catchment area or even anybody else from another area if you have that contract. That is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, it is also important for us to demystify what we've actually done with this mediated version of the bill. It now means that if you're a sugar grower in Narok, Kisii, Homa Bay, and Migori, you belong to one region. The term zoning was complicated. People did not like to deal with the term zoning. Now you are one catchment area. It is imperative that you are represented in the board. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Senator Omtata, was talking about AFA and saying that if we can pull out the sugar industry from AFA, it will be able to bring sanity. I beg to differ. I think for us as a country, it is about time that we stop all these nonsensical authorities. Today, Mr. Speaker, a practical example is that the cereal millers are complaining. They are crying. Because when you go now to the National Biosafety Authority, which should actually essentially be under AFA, the National Biosafety Authority, Mr. Speaker, are now introducing a fee, which is very expensive and very punitive, Mr. Speaker. This fee was actually gazetted recently, that now for an importer, and remember, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about food security in this country. We are talking about the cost of living being very expensive in this country, trying to reduce the cost of living. But because of the actions of this independent authority, you've got KEFIS, you've got this one called, the one I just mentioned, the National Biosafety Authority. You've got others as well, and I think, let me just read them all. All these, you've got AFA. So you've got AFA, you've got now the Sugar Board, you've got KEFIS, you've got the National Biosafety Authority. Each one of them have now turned into competing to see which one will punish farmers the most, which one will make it expensive for produce which are being consumed in this country, and also those ones which are exported out. So when the National Biosafety Authority, without consulting the millers and also the farmers and the consumers, decide that now, when you are importing wheat, the time when you are paying your IDF, their import declaration fee, you also have to pay a certain amount of money to be able to test whether that wheat has got GMO. Forgetting the debate on GMO in this country. Of course, I don't support GMO at all. But we do not import wheat from countries. There are already measures that have been put in place whereby the countries that are selling wheat to this country, Ukraine, Russia, they know very well that they cannot export wheat to Kenya that has got GMO. But now, this National Biosafety Authority decide, no, we are going to gazette another figure where you have to pay together with the IDF. Why are we making it so expensive? Why are we making it so complicated? My colleagues are saying that the details will be on the regulations. Can we just fold all these agencies and put them all under AFA, the Agricultural Food Authority, and then create departments or departments among it? But now the moment you have biosafety, you have any other one, they will just continue competing with each other on which one will be able to punish farmers. It is now very expensive to export anything from Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Very expensive. It is very expensive to import anything into this country when it comes to the issue of agriculture. So I think this Senate and the committee, Mr. Speaker, I'll be bringing a statement tomorrow to be able to understand all these levies. I hope that when we come down to the regulation on this sugar board, those levies will either be done away completely with, give it a moratorium of about 5 years to allow people to be able to develop the cane industry, and then we can now revisit after that. I really have a big problem, Mr. Speaker, of creating all these authorities. We are creating jobs for a few individuals. Those individuals, instead of them going out there and really helping the industry, they are going there to penalize these farmers. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at these amendments that have been proposed, or rather that have been agreed upon. I like the fact that now, for once, we will have a representative appointed by the Cabinet Secretary from the universities. And I'm glad that is going to become coming from the universities that have done research or that are doing research on sugar. We don't want someone just being appointed to go there and sit in this board just because you know so and so. Mr. Speaker, I'm pushing this country towards adopting meritocracy. Put someone there because they know what they're talking about. They know value addition when it comes to sugar. I wish that we can become like Mauritius, Mr. Speaker. When you go to Mauritius, Today, you can buy a lot of different candies. You can buy a lot of different sugar types. Even for those who indulge themselves in alcohol, you can get rum out of it. You can also, for others who construct houses, low-cost housing, you can use some of the sugar things to be able to construct houses. So there's a lot of value addition. So those are the things that we need, and we need people from universities that have got the qualification, people who are constantly developing research to be able to support the industry. It is also important, Mr. Speaker, and I like the fact that the representation in the board will be rotational. Let us rotate. I'd like to see someone from Narok County sitting on the board. I'd wish that the term limit in the board would have just been made for 1 year. Because you see, we subscribe to the Mwongozo, principle when it comes to board formation. Just have 9 people. Don't have a huge board. So, because we have these 3 areas, 4 areas, actually 5. The coastal, southern, lower western, upper western, central. When we set up that board, we make sure that there's a person representing at least from each of the catchment areas. And then next time it rotates again, you have someone else if you have someone from Kisii this time around, next time you have someone from Migori. Next time you have somebody from Narok. That way, all our interests will be taken into consideration. To reiterate on this issue of taxation, it is an inopportune time to introduce anything to do with taxation. It is not appropriate. It is very expensive to make ends meet. And I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that if we get it right this time around with the sugar industry, we can now go back and narrow on these authorities. I'm particularly interested in this biosafety authority. I want us to discuss and agree on which way are we going as a country when it comes to the issue of GMO. That debate was so live at some point, and everybody thought GMO was going to be accepted into the country and all that stuff. Of course, some of us don't believe in it, and we do not want that. But to come in and penalize importers, it is making it very expensive for us to be able to enjoy chapati. I was seeing a small tourist who came into this country, and he had $1. And he said with $1, he can be able to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and be left with some little pocket change to be able to enjoy a snack later. And some of the food that he was listing down is tea, chapati. I believe now with this new introduction of a fee to check whether the food has got any GMO component in it, it is now going to be more expensive to even afford that chapati. I want to end by stating the following, Mr. Speaker. Let me just look at my notes before I forget them. I'm happy that persons with disability and also the youth will now be given an opportunity to serve in that board. They will be given an opportunity for them to be able to express their views, for them to be represented. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, because when you tag along with people with disability and also tag along with the youth, you're thinking about the future. There will always be institutional memory. This business of just bringing old, dilapidated folks to sit in the board as if they're the only ones who have got the monopoly of all the wisdom and knowledge of the sugar industry must now come to an end. The youth who are in the university are taking advantage of the technology advancement, and they are looking at ways that each area can be able to realign their own existing resources and push the industry ahead. I want to end by reminding these authorities that we will not allow you to make it difficult for Kenyans to afford basic commodities, basic foods, agriculture being devolved, Mr. Speaker, I want this Senate to be in the front line. When I bring my statement on these levies which are being introduced, which are killing businesses, I hope that the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture will be called here to come into this Senate. The directors of KEFIS, the directors, or even KEBS. You know, there are things, Mr. Speaker, that just shocks me. You've got KEBS, which we should actually be supporting KEBS completely because of the expertise that they have. But no, even when it comes to the issue of seeds, this is really shocking, Mr. Speaker, if you listen to this. Today, for you to be able to have a type of seed, like let's say bean, you will need certification. You'll also need authority from KEFIS. It will take you probably a whole year or 2 or 3 years to get permission from KEFIS. You will need that seed to be certified. And then there's KEBS also out there that has got to approve. Why not move everything to KEBS and empower KEBS and build this AFA to be able to take care of everything agriculture? And since agriculture is devolved, encourage county governments to invest heavily in research. We cannot all be depending on this central government's structure for all. And then also in terms of implementation, we are now also going there, and yet agriculture is devolved. We need to be clear on how we are going to deal with this issue of food security. Mr. Speaker, you'll allow me to check on my notes. I have one more point that I'm forgetting, which I think it is very, very important. That it is important, let me just remember this. This is the beauty of technology, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's one more levy which is very, very important. I know my time is up. But there is an increase in the phytosanitary fees, which has moved, listen to this, from 15% to 337%. You know, what logic are these people using to be able to increase all these fees? So this is concerning, and everybody out there should be concerned. As we sit here as senators, we must be cognizant of what is happening out there. Food is becoming expensive because the government is making it expensive. Because these authorities are increasing, KEFIS is increasing fees. We know we want safety. We want biosafety. But honestly, can we not work together as AFA, now that we introduce AFA, to be able to make it easy? Can we not promote KEBS so that it is easy to do business? Produce in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and I'll end by saying this. If you look at the tonnage of wheat or of beans grown in Tanzania, 10 years ago, it was the same level as Kenya. We're producing about 600 or 700,000 tons of beans. But because of the rigid certification process in this country, led by KEFIS, today, Tanzania is producing over 1 million tons of beans. Yet, we are still stagnating at the same level of 500, 600, 700. We'll never grow. And on top of that, our produce are more expensive than our neighboring countries. So we need to think of the consequences and the unintended consequences of introducing these levies. If we introduce these levies, we should ask ourselves what will happen in our neighboring countries. People will now stop importing anything into this country. They'll be exporting everything to Tanzania and Uganda, because it is cheaper to do business there than to do business in this country. A lot of farmers are leaving. Yesterday I had some guests from the British High Commission visiting me, and they said that all businesses who have invested in this country from Britain have now left because of the fact that we do not have a stable taxation system. You know, it is not predictable. Today, an agency raises up and decides, hey, we are not collecting more money. We need to collect more money. And you don't even see what they are doing to help the farmers. It's just a few individuals who end up creating a cartel, you know, to sort of like make it better for them. You know, one that I do not support, and I'm happy that my colleague, Senator Sifuna, agreed to it, is whereby you exempt the importers of sugar from paying a certain levy. It is important for us to balance everything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mofire.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to start by saying that this bill is long overdue, and I want to support the mandated version of the entire bill. Honorable Speaker, when we were growing up, we used to hear of very vibrant sugar companies, the Mumias, the Zoia, the Chimiril. These companies are no longer vibrant as they used to be. And this one will be purely be explained by the level of mismanagement, the level of corruption, the level of embezzling, the level of so many inefficiencies related to management of these sugar industries, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've been able to go through this bill, which is very broad. It has captions a lot of issues. And I want to agree with the team, Honorable Speaker, that if this bill finds its way into the market, it is going to solve quite a number of issues bedeviling this sugar industry, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to be very specific on a number of issues that I've just noticed that are very impressive, that are going to make sure that sugar industry is no longer going to be a cash cow for individuals, cash cow for quite a number of mismanagement around the country. If you look at the establishment of powers and functions of the Kenya Sugar Board, Honorable Speaker, the bill has established a very vibrant, very strong sugar board, which is entrusted with quite a number of responsibilities, Honorable Speaker. Because if you look at Article, this is Article A on the functions and the way this board is supposed to operate. It says that the board is going to participate in the formulation and implementation of overall policies, plans, and programs of work for the development of industry. And this is very critical, Honorable Speaker, because without policies, without overall policies and plans, we will not be able to see any meaning in the whole sugar industry, Honorable Speaker. The board, at the same time, is going to monitor and regulate the domestic market with a view to identify any distortion in the sugar market and advise the government and interested parties or any other corrective measures to be taken. So, you know, Honorable Speaker, this is quite important, especially in the market industry, because once the board is going to monitor and regulate the domestic market with a view to identify any distortion, it's a clear indication, Honorable Speaker, that the sugar industry is not going to be the same again. On the same breath, Honorable Speaker, I've also been able to look at the establishment and
of Kenya Research Institute, the Sugar Research Institute, Honorable Speaker. This is a way of saying that we now have an institute which is supposed to research on sugar industry, which is supposed to promote, coordinate, and regulate research in sugar crop, and byproducts, also technologies and management practices, Honorable Speaker. You know, once we establish a research institute, Honorable Speaker, this is where we are going to safeguard ourselves against even pests and to make sure that we know the kind of diseases that will be developed in this institute, Honorable Speaker. The same institute, Honorable Speaker, is going also to determine and advise the board on the research requirements for sugar research in Kenya, both at the national and the county level. You know, considering that, Honorable Speaker, agriculture is it's a devolved unit. I think this is very important because there will be a very, very, very serious and elaborate coordination between the national government and county government. And under this arrangement, Honorable Speaker, the sugar industry is going to be as vibrant as it used to be. This research, Honorable Speaker, as well, is going to breed and promote sugarcane varieties suited for various ecological areas of Kenya. You know, Honorable Speaker, the kind of variety, the kind of sugar variety that is supposed to be found in Tana River, where my brother, Senior Counsel Mungatana comes, might not be the same variety that is likely to find its way in Narok or Mumias for that matter. So I think with this kind of research, we are sure that we are getting the best breed in those specific areas, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have also noticed that in the bill, we also have established appointment of sugar industry inspectors for that matter. This is the way this bill is very serious. The board shall appoint qualified sugar industry inspectors for purposes of undertaking its functions under this act or any other written law. Honorable Speaker, under this arrangement, a person shall not be appointed as a sugar industry inspector unless such person owns an academic or a professional qualification prescribed by the board. So this one, Honorable Speaker, is going to keep away quacks and the political fraudsters who are again to find their way in this industry, which is very important. And under this arrangement, Honorable Speaker, the sugar industry is going to regain its glory. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to support this bill, and I hope we are going to develop so many other bills that are likely to safeguard the interests of the Kenyan farmer. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Paul Thangwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute on this report and motion on the Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill. Mr. Speaker, we as a Senate came up with this bill. And then after the Senate passed this bill, it was, of course, given to the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. But I want to give a chronology of events. This bill was passed here at the Senate on the 25th April 2024. And then on the 13th May 2024, the National Assembly was informed. That was 18 days after we passed it here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 13th May of 2024, the National Assembly passed this bill with amendments on the 1st August 2024. That is 77 days after it was notified by the Senate. Mr. Speaker, if you add those days, 18 plus 77, that is 95 days. Maybe you're wondering why I'm doing the math, Mr. Speaker. It took 95 days, that is 3 months, for both houses to debate and to come up with a proposal that requires mediation And it is a bill that affects the farmers directly. And this is a sugar bill. The farmers who grow sugar or sugarcane, Mr. Speaker. 95 days, both the houses. The reason I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, I wish we can borrow this from how we expedited the removal of the Deputy President. We took a few days, Parliament took a few days, we took a few days, and Mr. Speaker, what I would want to say,
Senator
Mr.
Mungatana,
Speaker,
what is your point of
protect
order?
me, Mr. Speaker.
One moment, Paul. There's a Senator Paul. There's a
Unified House, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Senator from Kiambu, is he in order to try and create a parallel between a proper mediation process, a bill that originates from the National Assembly, comes to the Senate, Senate raises issue, and those issues are mediated, and the bill goes back for mediation process? Is he in order to bring a parallel between that and an impeachment process that is timed, that is constitutional? And Mr. Speaker, is he in order to start being irrelevant to the debate? Mr. Speaker, please dignify this House, bring the Senator to order.
Senator Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't know that Senator Mungatana holds the SI unit of relevance. Mr. Speaker, I'm bringing a comparison of how the two houses executed an issue that was supposed to take more days, but they reduced the days to a minimum, Mr. Speaker. Even the days of nominating and approving Deputy President's designate that has given 74 days, it was done in 3 hours, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying, can we borrow from that expediency, that efficiency, when it comes to passing some bills that help our farmers, like the sugar bill? Mr. Speaker, as I stand here, the coffee bill that we passed over 6 months ago has not seen the light of the day in the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. So it is wrong for the Senator Mungatana, to tell me that I'm bringing comparison. All I'm saying, let's borrow a leaf from what happened when we were trying to impeach the Deputy President and when we tried to approve the Deputy President designate. If we did that, our farmers will praise us, Mr. Speaker. Because if we shorten the period, our farmers will stop suffering, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, protect me. I cannot be debating with the Senator Mungatana. I'm here, Mr. Speaker, to debate on the issue of the sugar bill. Unless he has a problem with me, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Thangwa, there's a point of order, and you do understand.
But why is he raising point of order all the time, Mr. Speaker? He was quiet when others were speaking, Mr. Speaker.
It's as per the standing orders. He has every right to.
I respect you, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Mungatana?
Mr. Speaker, let's be dignified in this House, and let's be honest to where we are standing in this matter of impeachment. We know, and Honorable, and I have a lot of respect, he's our chairman in one of these committees, infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, why bring similarity between those processes? This one is timed for a short period of time. This one has a longer period of time. Why can't he go to the issues? Mr. Speaker, this House, when we are debating these kind of matters, like the sugar bill, which I have just debated, it's a very serious matter. I mean, for once, let's put down politics, trying to score points and hit the points. If you don't have points, also sit down. Mr. Speaker, please, I beg you, Mr. Speaker, to bring the House to order. That's all I'm asking.
Senator Mungatana, I will have to overrule your point of order on this very fact that the only comparison the senator made, the senator for Kiambu, was T. So he could have taken any other case and used it as an example, but he has the right to choose. I'm assuming he chose that one because it's the most recent case which has been taken place in this House. So for him to compare in terms of expediency and to say that we should borrow a leaf in terms of moving bills as fast as we move other businesses in this house or both houses, because I'm also assuming that the impeachment case was handled by both houses. As far as this bill also, it's been handled by both houses. And he's just making a comparison in terms of expediency. I don't see anything wrong with that, Senator Mungatano, and let's allow him to conclude his motion. Senator Paul?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me. I think now I'll be very happy when I walk the streets of Nairobi and people say that we look alike. At least now I'll be smiling because you're protecting me. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to say that I support this report. And as I support this report, I support it for only two reasons. Reason number one, it is the reintroduction of Kenya Sugar Board, Mr. Speaker. The Kenya Sugar Board was disbanded years ago. And this is the board that the farmers themselves are able to articulate their issues, are able to manage the sugarcane production, Mr. Speaker. So I can say this is the only reason. But then I was asking myself, as a country, are we over-legislating, Mr. Speaker? Are we prescribing the law too much to the person that they are unable to perform, Mr. Speaker? Because when you say that the farmers must have a cooperative, the farmers must take to a certain miller, what happened with the free market, Mr. Speaker? But then I saw the National Assembly brought a new clause, which I'm going to read here, Mr. Speaker, which made me a little bit happy. The bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 19. A grower may deliver cane outside a sugar cane zone, provided that the grower has a pre-existing agreement with a miller outside the sugar cane. Mr. Speaker, that tells you that the sugarcane grower can take the sugarcane to wherever they want, Mr. Speaker. But the issue of contract is also a problem, Mr. Speaker, because we tell our farmers to take sugar, their produce, to a certain factory, and that factory is collapsing, and this person cannot sell their produce, the hard-earned produce, the one they have really put a lot of input. And then we make sure that, or we compel them to sell to a certain factory that is actually collapsing. That's why our farmers are not really being productive, Mr. Speaker. But then I continued reading, Mr. Speaker, and I found out the National Assembly also brought a new amendment, a new clause that says that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clauses immediately after clause 19. A grower may deliver cane outside a sugarcane catchment area, provided that the grower has no supply agreement with the miller within the sugarcane catchment area than that they are situated in. It is not indebted to a miller or an outgrower institution within the sugarcane catchment. We are trying to make the market or growing of sugar a little bit of free market, but still, we are somehow, Mr. Speaker, telling the farmer, you cannot do this, you can only do that, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes I look at it and ask myself, if I have a shirt that I want to sell, Mr. Speaker, do I need the government to tell me where to sell it and who to sell it to? Do I need the government to tell me, now you have worn that yellow t-shirt for a long time, now sell it to this other factory or to this other person who would want to wear that shirt, Mr. Speaker? So sometimes, and I think as a Senate, we need to rethink, because we're becoming over-prescriptious, if there's a word like that, Mr. Speaker. Subscribing, telling people what they should do morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, instead of trying to help the people, because we have devolution, for them to manage their own affairs at the county level, Mr. Speaker. And I heard it here. Somebody is even telling us that we should prescribe that the sugarcane tractor should not travel at night, Mr. Speaker. Instead of having civic education to train the drivers, nobody has called for the prescription of the Mirage drivers. They drive carelessly on our roads, Mr. Speaker, causing accidents right, left, and center. But somebody is saying, let's tell the sugarcane drivers to drive during the day, Mr. Speaker. Instead of saying, okay, if you're driving at night, you're supposed to have good lights. You're supposed to have siren if you have to, Mr. Speaker, but not putting it within the law. Because if we put it within the law, we are giving the law enforcers some moment of getting bribes, and corruption will be enhanced by this, Mr. Speaker. So sometimes we need now to think, because we realize, and I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, it is an eye-opener. What happened on this floor of this House a few days, it's an eye-opener. Because I had a lot of faith with the Senate, Mr. Speaker. I had a lot of faith, Mr. Speaker. But what happened a few days, I realized we are on our own, Mr. Speaker. We are on our own. That nobody is following the law, Mr. Speaker. So what we need to do, instead of reintroducing the law to our people, tell our people you are free, but make sure, Mr. Speaker, you look at the people next to you, look at the safety. We give people civic education, but not the law, Mr. Speaker. I want to give you an example, Mr. Speaker. During the Moi era, it was against the unwritten law. I don't know whether it was written, but it was against the unwritten law for you to open your shop when Moi was in your area, Mr. Speaker. When Moi came to your area, and if you had not closed your shop, the chiefs and their police, the APs, could arrest you because of doing that, Mr. Speaker. That at that particular time, people thought was the law, and they complied until people became civilized and they understood it's their right for them to open shop, sell what they sell. So even on this issue of sugarcane, the issue of coffee, the issue of tea, probably we are doing injustice to our people when we overprescribe, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's give the power to the Kenya Sugar Board that they can sit down and decide whatever they want to do, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the bill, 19B, in their new clause, they're saying a miller may enter into a contract of cane supply with another miller. And then we tell them the factory of the miller is temporarily broken. So meaning a miller is given a leeway to subcontract another miller if probably their factory is broken down, Mr. Speaker. It sounds easy, it sounds okay, it sounds fine. But where does the farmer come in this instance, Mr. Speaker? Where does the farmer comes in when it comes to there is an oversupply of cane in the miller? So if you cannot handle supply, why do we give you an opportunity to subcontract rather than giving the farmer to look at where the price is good and take your goods there, Mr. Speaker? And I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, with a lot of faith and a lot of hope with the legislature. But I'm telling you, it's an eye-opener. What happened the other day, Mr. Speaker? We might be pretending to be doing good, yet we are trying to affirm some organization like Agriculture and Food Authority, which is a failure in this country, the AFA. That's why the sugarcane has collapsed. That's why the coffee has collapsed. That's why tea has collapsed, Mr. Speaker. And by coming up with this law, we are giving channels of corruptions to some agencies that, Mr. Speaker, instead of helping our farmers, we help these agencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I would want to commend both houses where we are at this particular time, and of course come up with different amendments. And one of them is farmer protection. That is to regulate sugar imports, Mr. Speaker. because sugar importation is one of the things that has crippled the production of sugar. Because there are people who are given that work, they overload or they oversupply sugar. And that's why farmers are not benefiting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sugar factories, there is none in Kiambu, but I have learned in losses, Mr. Speaker. Because if you charge less, if you pay less, the farmers will not supply. So you tell them you're going to pay them more, and by that, Mr. Speaker, they bring the sugarcane, and then you are not able to pay. That's why the government is offsetting billions of loans. And these loans have been taken to pay the farmer. So if the sugarcane miller is not assisting any farmer, Mr. Speaker, why do we need it? We should make this market liberal. A farmer can take the sugarcane everywhere. Just like the way we are in Safaricom and told us, let's go to Safaricom. It's because the services were better there. And that's why people went there. If the sugarcane miller is a good sugarcane miller, people will go they only need money. They only need to be paid for their produce, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this law is bringing about transparency and is the research. Because, Mr. Speaker, we need to do research. Do we only rely on sugarcane, the traditional way of making sugar, or other crops that we call sugar beets? Mr. Speaker, do we tell our farmers, maybe sugar beets, they're easy to grow, but they're bringing the same equal kind of product, that is sugar, Mr. Speaker. So we need to fund research, and this bill is bringing about research, Mr. Speaker. And as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I've looked at the Kenya Sugar Board membership, and it is recommending a 3-year term. Mr. Speaker, you know where we are right now. The country is in pain, and the country is protesting because somebody somewhere has proposed a 7-year term for the president, for the member of parliament, for the senator, Mr. Speaker. But for us, every law that we make a 3-year term for the members of the board, the Kenya Sugar Board, the Kenya Coffee Board, the Kenya Film, I don't know what, the CAK, every government parastatal, we give them 3 years. But we give ourselves 7 years. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a conversation that this country needs to take. A conversation of that we do not just do what benefits us as the legislators. We should do what benefits the people of Kenya. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mungatana could not stand it when I compare the expediency of how he voted to kick out somebody and how he's voting to have the people of his county to have a sugar mill, Mr. Speaker. And I'm done.
What is your point of order, Senator Mungatana?
I was rising to the honorable member to observe that the person I voted against was breaking the constitution by discriminating against the people of Tana River, championing for interests from his own region against the specific Article 10, provisions of Article 10, Mr. Speaker. And I have every right to do so. I will do so today. I will do so tomorrow. And Mr. Speaker, he also has a right to vote the other way, the senator for Kiambu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Julius Murgo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also add my voice to those of my colleagues. First of all, I support the bill because the sugar industry, when it first have the industries and have the crop planted, that is Western Nyanza and many other parts in the country, it was a very blooming farming business that people managed their lives well because of this crop. and people managed to pay school fees for their children, going to schools. University students went to school without difficulty. High school students went to schools without difficulty because their parents found a new crop, a new cash crop that made them manage life. And soon it became even a challenge to have maize plantations in those areas because sugarcane took over every piece of land that was available for cultivation. And life went on very well in these areas. But as soon as there was introduction of free market, it became a plague, and it became a beginning of the end of the industry, or it introduced many problems. Farmers were not able to manage their lives. Their children were not able to go to schools because there was no fees for the farmers to be able to pay their fees, and many things about life became very difficult. And then cartels came in that took advantage of the farmers. And then very soon, farmers, some of them were not even able to remove or cut the cane from the lands because they could not afford. And so every situation took advantage of sugar farmers. Talk of even those that ran these industries subjected the farmers to vulnerability that they could not be able to take their crop to the industry, and some of them even abandoned the cane on the gates of some of these factories because they had nothing to return it home for. And so it became a crop that was really just left in the hands of the farmers without a way forward that would bring success to the farmers. And so this industry, the openness of free market became a beginning of a plague that ate the industry or the crop of sugar. And therefore, and this is just because the farmers, by the authorities, and especially when the board was disbanded, and therefore nobody stood for the farmer, for production, for marketing, and introduction of free market became a problem because many businesses or business people brought sugar that was cheaper than producing it in Kenya. And therefore, because everybody was free to buy, to sell sugar, it ate what was available, what was produced on the land. And therefore, the industry has collapsed because of that. So to revive it, it needs a very strong board, in my suggestion, that will keenly look into the technical know-how of the crop, and also look into the market, where to take this produce to, so that it enables the farmer to be able to manage replowing and replanting and buying the input. And also the government needs to really come along the farmer and subsidize the input, and also enabling the farmer to go back to the farm and plant this crop if the farmer should be able to or expected to produce any bags of sugar. And also, a lot of research should be introduced so that there is modern technology, modern way of looking into the market, and modern ways of enabling the farmer to be able to be skilled according to the modern technical know-how that there is at this time. And so I support. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, I shall defer calling the mover to reply since the mover is not around. And I shall also reorganize the order paper and go to order number 18. Next order.
Order number 18, the County Government Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024, second reading.
Senator Crystal Asige to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I beg to move that the County Government's Elections Law Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 2 of 2024, be read a second time. Speaker, this is going to be a very simple submission of this bill, Speaker. That's because it's a very simple amendment that I am proposing to this House to consider to move forward and support. Speaker, as you know, of course, I have had 4 other bills that have passed with the support of senators in this House and are now in the National Assembly being considered. Those 4 bills are the Persons with Disabilities Bill, the Kenya Sign Language Bill, the Learners with Disabilities Bill, and the Startup Bill. And Speaker, if you remember, these bills are quite heavy, quite weighty and lengthy in terms of the provisions that I have put forward to support the different subject matters and the different interest groups therein. But Mr. Speaker, today I bring yourself and the House a very simple amendment bill which seeks to make county governments and specifically county assemblies more inclusive and more diverse so that persons with disabilities are fully and meaningfully represented in our local governments, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill number 2 of 2024 seeks to amend the Elections Act, Cap 7, and the County Governments Act, Cap number 265, to increase representation of persons with disabilities, which is PWDs, in county assemblies by ensuring that at least 5% of members of the county assembly are PWDs. Speaker, the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, This is geared, Speaker, to addressing the historical exclusion of PWDs from decision-making processes by ensuring adequate representation of PWDs in local governments, thereby ensuring that our voices are heard and our interests and needs are taken into account in decision-making across all 47 counties, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the historical challenges faced by us, persons with disabilities, when participating in decision-making processes, Article of our Constitution mandates the state to progressively ensure that at least 5% of appointive and elective positions are filled by PWDs across the country. Speaker, Article 177 of the Constitution provides for the composition of a county assembly. As you know, specifically, Article 177C provides that the county assembly shall include members representing marginalized groups, including persons with disabilities, that's PWDs, and the youth, as prescribed by an Act of Parliament. Speaker, with a view to implementing Article 177, 1C of the Constitution, Parliament has enacted two laws, as you will know, the County Governments Act and the Elections Act, that prescribe the number of members to represent marginalized groups in the assemblies. Speaker, whereas Section 7(1)(a) of the County Governments Act provides for 6 seats for marginalized groups, Sections 36(1)(f) and 36(8) of the Elections Act provide for 4 seats, which brings a little bit of confusion as to which one to then follow. 6 seats or 4 seats for marginalized groups. The IEBC, that is, has been implementing 36(1)(f) and 36(8) of the Elections Act so far. So, Mr. Speaker, despite the statutory provisions that I've just laid out that provides representations for PWDs in county assemblies, if you look at today, what's happening, the representation of PWDs in county assemblies still remains tremendously low. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, there are approximately 21 counties out of the 47 that have no PWD representation whatsoever, which I believe is a mixture of mischief within the parties before elections and the relevant laws inadvertently creating gaps that create loopholes that are used to circumvent the Constitution. Our Constitution spells out, Speaker, the rights and freedoms afforded to us, persons with disabilities in this country. And Article 54 speaks clearly on the requirement of 5% representation of persons with disabilities at all levels in the country. To illustrate how these laws have created some confusion, Speaker, that has taken advantage of nominating bodies that leave PWDs across the country without adequate representation, is the provisions only give a figure for the nomination slots do not expressly allocate the seats allocated amongst the interest groups, Mr. Speaker. This means that they are just clustered together. They just say 6 seats will be given to marginalized groups or special interest groups, that is, Speaker. But they don't actually decluster those 6 to expressly specify how many of the 6 will be for PWDs, how many of the 6 will be for youth, how many of the 6 will be for workers, etc., Mr. Speaker. And that